Welcome to Berserk League duels. We've got Omnic taking on Aster on Mappas, where the favorite looks very strong today. Aster has essentially dominated this rivalry by winning over 74% of their matchups. And that a massive historical lead usually carries a lot of weight in these duels. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually flip the script this time. Aster is putting on a real clinic here, using that ramp to keep the pressure high. Everything's even now with Omnic and Aster tied up. He's really digging deep to breach that rating gap. Aster takes the lead and is now pushing 3-2. He's definitely showing why he sits higher on the ladder. The speed of these encounters is getting wild. Aster is ending these rounds in a heartbeat. Aster holds the edge now, leading 4-3. His current form hasn't been great lately, but he's hanging tough. Aster has a combined record of 19-16 today. It's clear he's staying consistent across multiple matches and translating that energy into this lead. Omnic needs to find a response before this slips away entirely. Aster is just runaway now, commanding a 6-3 lead. His recent meeting with Ignis was a tough grind, but he's coasting now. He's on fire, taking another one to extend his lead to 7. A tough spot for the rank 34 player here. Omnic manages to claw one back to keep the score respectable. He's fighting through a rough patch in recent form. We're headed into the break with Aster holding a 7-5 lead. This is exactly what we expected to see from the higher ranked player. He's just barely keeping a distance between himself and Omnic. Switching sides, let's see if Omnic resets. The response is immediate as he secures another point and keeps the pressure mounting. The momentum is shifting as he refuses to back down. What a turnaround! He's completely leveled the playing field, bringing the score back to a dead heat. It's a complete flip from what we expected entering this duel. Absolute control now, taking the lead as the comeback continues. This is a complete nightmare for the favorite. He's simply untouchable right now, racking up another victory to keep the surge going. The surge is real as he secures his 5th straight point to pull away. Unbelievable. He's just completely taken over this game with 6 straight victories. He's on a tear now. Just one more round needed to seal the victory. A huge stop there by Aster to put a halt to that run. The higher rank finally found a way to answer back. Absolutely incredible. Omnic secures the final point to complete an epic recovery and take the victory. We are witnessing a total collapse of the head-to-head history here, with the underdog simply refusing to let this go. A truly massive result. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We've got Zef taking on Omnic in today's duel to see who comes out on top. Zeth holds a narrow lead in the head-to-head with 206 wins over Omnic. He's really playing with a lot more confidence right now compared to his opponent. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure up. Absolutely untouchable right now, taking down his opponent without taking a single hit. Omnic enters this one having already dropped 3 straight today. He's simply taking over, picking Omnic right off the ramp for a 4th straight. The struggle is real for the lower ranked competitor right now. Zeth keeps the heat on, picking him off the ramp for another victory. Omnic had been playing well lately, but he's really hitting a wall here. Finally, a response from Omnic as he secures the first round of the series. Omnic is coming into this match having lost his last 3 series today, and that negative momentum is really starting to show in the scoreline. He needs a serious mental reset to close the gap. Zeth just extends his lead to a commanding 6-3. The rating gap is minimal, so expect a tight battle here. He's on a tear now, cleaning up the field for the 3rd time in a row. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable right now. Zeth quickly secures another win, maintaining his control before the break. Omnic has been struggling lately, dropping his last 3 series today. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is playing out exactly as expected. Both players are trading runs, but Zeth is just slightly more consistent with his shots right now. Omnic shows a lot of grit, picking Zeth off the ramp to bring the score to 7-6. He's digging in and fighting back for the 2nd in a row. Zeth answers back immediately to pull ahead, 8-6. His experience against the field today has been a tough road. Zeth just widened the gap to 9-6. It's a tough afternoon for a player who's already dropped 3 today. Another clean take from the ramp as he extends his lead to 10-6. The struggle continues for a guy coming off a loss to Aster. Omnic lands a tidy shot to stop the slide and bring the score to 7-10. Needed that one to stay in the fight. He is really refusing to go away, picking up another round to keep the pressure on. Zeth catches him out of the window to regain the momentum. Looking to avoid the fate of a tough 0-1 day for the underdog. Unbelievable fight there. Omnic barely escapes with his life after forcing his way through that chaos. He really clung to that last bit of health to stay alive. Zeth is just 1 round away from closing this out. The higher rated player is finally putting his foot on the gas. The resilience is showing as he keeps his composure and secures a quick point for himself. A fast exchange that gives the momentum back to him. The underdog is showing incredible heart, shutting down that momentum and refusing to let Zeth close this out just yet. What a finish. He shuts the door with a lightning fast snap to claim the victory. Omnic really pushed the pace there, but he just couldn't close that final gap. He had a heart of lion today. Hard-fought win. Welcome to the arena. We have Esther and Zeth facing off today to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Aster really dominates the lifetime head-to-head with those 277 wins. It's a massive gap, but Zeth is the one who took their most recent encounter. I wonder if Zeth can use that confidence to shake things up today. Absolutely crushing it. Right now, he simply cannot be stopped. The lower seed is certainly feeling the pressure early on. Zeth responds with an effortless shot to halt that opening surge. Zeth is fighting hard to bridge that initial gap. Aster is really putting on a clinic here, picking Zeth right off the ramp to extend the lead. He looks far more comfortable today than in that last 16-14 loss. That's a very composed play from Zeth to secure his second point of the set. He's certainly proven he can hold his own against the higher seed. Zeth is showing some real grit here, securing another point to tighten the gap. Zeth is completely shaking off that loss to his rival last time. Unbelievable. He has completely leveled the score, erasing a 3-round deficit with pure precision. He's completely taken control of this map, securing 4 straight to move ahead. He's completely unstoppable right now, securing another rapid win to put a grip on the match. Aster answers back immediately, keeping things tight before we hit the break. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is a huge shift from the pre-match script. He's outplaying the favorite right now and looks poised to pull off a major surprise. Let's see if the trend holds. Aster claws one back to bring us to 6-7. He's looking much sharper after that victory over Omnic earlier. Zeth puts on a show of resilience here, securing the win from the ramp to extend his lead. The pressure is clearly shifting toward the favorite here. Zeth keeps his nerve to hold an 8-7 advantage. A huge contrast to the 16-14 loss he suffered in their last meeting. A perfect exchange of fire, and he walks away without losing a single hit point. Zeth holds the edge as we move to 9-8. It's rare to see such a close battle given their long-term history. We've got a complete deadlock now, and Aster has finally managed to shut down that momentum shift. He's definitely finding his confidence back now. Aster is simply on fire right now, taking a commanding grip on this set. The gap in their all-time records is starting to show. Both players traded blows in a frantic exchange, but Zeth manages to emerge on top to keep the series deadlocked. A huge reset as we head into the final stretch. Zeth fights back with a gritty hold from the Tetris to regain the lead. That was a tight call, but he walked it away. We are looking at a total deadlock now, with absolutely nothing separating these two as they charge toward the finish. A tight series for a pair of players ranked so close. What a scrap! Aster barely survives that exchange, but he manages to pull ahead for match point. He's really digging deep to keep his composure under pressure. And that is it. Aster closes out the match with another huge win to seal the deal. Zeth pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't close that door when it mattered most. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off on red line, with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Aster holds a staggering 74% win rate against his opponent. It's a psychological mountain for Omnic to climb, especially since he's already dropped a match to him earlier today. Let's see if he can find a way to break that cycle. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange and manages to clear him off the ramp. Omnic is really struggling to get any traction today. He's simply too fast today, picking up another flawless round to open things up. Omnic gets a clean look from the ramp to put a round on the board. Aster is absolutely dominating the pace, leading 5-1. He's really putting on a clinic today. Aster had a great look from that high ground to widen the gap even further. He's clearly feeling the confidence from that previous encounter. Omnic manages to drag Aster right off the ramp to keep things interesting. He's really fighting through a tough stretch of losses today. Aster is really digging in deep on that ramp, making it very difficult for Omnic to get a foot in the door. Aster shuts him down immediately, pulling Omnic right off that ramp. It's been a rough afternoon for him so far. Aster has reclaimed the lead with total authority, moving into the break with a massive 7-round advantage. Aster takes a 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we anticipated given the skill gap here. He's in full control and Omnic just can't find an answer to the pressure. Omnic needs a total reset here. That was over in an instant. Aster is practically playing on autopilot right now. His recent 2016 record over the last day shows exactly why he's in form. Omnic is refusing to just go down quietly, managing to keep the pressure on even with a huge deficit. He puts himself in a position to close the series right here. He's essentially playing a perfect game. A sudden exchange of fire ends in a narrow victory for Omnic, delaying the inevitable just a bit longer. He manages to find the target and clear Aster off the ramp. He's clearly found some confidence now. A huge swing in energy for the trailing side. What a finale! Aster seals the deal with a quick burst to the head. He's really in the zone today, and a few tight escapes in those early rounds made all the difference. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are facing off on orange to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Zeth holds a slim 207 to 197, all-time lead in their head-to-head history. And honestly, he seems to have the psychological edge right now since he's won their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can break that pattern today. Zeth's pushing the pace, leading by a single round. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle with that cold streak. It's a total toss-up so far. Neither player is giving an inch in this opening set. Both of these players have had a tough run of results lately. Zeth manages to take control from the ramp and extends his lead. He's really looking to keep that momentum from their last meeting. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. The higher ranked player is definitely making his presence felt early. Omnic claws back to 3-4, keeping this tight. Needs this momentum after a rough run of losses lately. Omnic has found some serious momentum and is now looking completely comfortable in this set. We've officially reached a deadlock here. Zeth edges ahead once more, putting him up 5-4. He's clearly finding a way to recover after that tight match against Esther. What an absolute war of attrition! Both players were shredded, but Omnic manages to walk away from that disaster. That was far too close for comfort. Unbelievable. Zeth somehow scrapes through that chaotic exchange with a tiny sliver of health left. The lower ranked player is still very much in this thing. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly the tight battle we expected to see. Omnic is showing a lot of grit and keeping his hopes alive despite the trailing score. Time to switch it up. Zeth is barely holding his narrow 7-6 advantage. The lower seeded player is really refusing to let the map slip away. Pure deadlock now as Omnic levels things at 7-all. The pressure is clearly mounting for the lower ranked player here. Another quick stop for Omnic and he's just completely outclassing his opponent right now. That is simply a total shutout for Omnic, who looks completely unstoppable right now. The momentum shift is real for the lower rated side here. A quick response here to stop that run, keeping things tight at 8-9. He's fighting back after a narrow defeat to Aster earlier. And we are back to a dead heat at 9 apiece. He's really trying to shake off that terrible run of forms today. Omnic surges ahead by 1 in a massive swing. Omnic really needed to shake off that early slump. Neither one of these guys can pull away from the other for long. We are seeing a real tug of war here. The gap in the ratings isn't showing at all today. Goodness, both of them were nearly out of health there, but Zeth just barely manages to survive the fray. That's a tough stretch for a player who has already dropped 3 today. The tension is absolutely peaked. One mistake from either player here and the other takes a massive lead. Zeth digs deep to survive that exchange and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. He is definitely playing like the favorite right now. What a way to close it out. Zeth claims the final round and secures the victory. Omnic put up a hell of a fight to keep this one competitive, but he just couldn't close the door. He had to work for that. Welcome to the stream. We've got Aster and Zeth facing off on Mappas to see who takes the win today. Aster holds a massive historical advantage with a 79% win rate against this specific opponent. It's a psychological weight that clearly lingers after their last clash. We'll see if Zeth can shake that off. Aster is just cruising through this opening set. He's certainly looking sharp after that recent 13-5 victory against Omnic. Absolutely untouchable right now, securing his 3rd straight round without taking a single point of damage. Zeth refuses to go quiet, walking away with a perfect health bar to bring the score to 3-1. It's a good sign for the underdog to start chipping away now. Aster is firmly in control with a 4-1 lead. Just an incredibly sharp showing from the top player today. Zeth is showing some grit here, stumbling into another round to pull closer. The gap in expectations is definitely shrinking right now. He's making this a tight battle, keeping his composure to secure another win. The pressure is starting to mount for the top-seeded player here. Zeth is fighting a tough uphill battle with an all-time win rate of only 38%. It's a huge mountain to climb against a player as consistent as Aster. He's definitely trying to prove that today is the day for a shift in momentum. What a response from Aster, shutting down that momentum and picking up another round. He's simply too fast, keeping the roll going to take a commanding lead heading into the break. He's practically dancing through the server right now. Aster goes into the break with a huge 9-3 advantage, and honestly, it's a wrap for the first half. He's totally outclassing Zeth right now, just like we expected before the start. Fresh start for Zeth here. Aster just makes it look easy, picking Zeth right off the ramp to keep the pressure high. Everything looks familiar after their close encounter on Blame map. These engagements are ending almost instantly. Aster is just far too quick for him right now. Absolute deadlock for the underdog right now. A couple of rounds for Zeth now. He's certainly trying to claw back into this game. Still needs a massive effort to pull this one back. A tough trade-off that just barely goes the way of Aster, putting him a single round away from victory. He's looking every bit the favorite tonight. Zeth manages to snag another round, delaying the inevitable just a bit longer. Clean exit there to keep himself in the fight. He's keeping the pressure up, claiming another victory to stay in the game. He's fighting a really tough battle against the odds right now. What a finish! Aster closes out the series in style to secure the map. He just totally owned the server today. Zeth really tried his best, but he's still struggling to find an answer for that playstyle. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Esther facing off against Omnic to see who can take the win today. Esther is coming in with a heavy advantage, having won 74% of their total career meetings. It's clear that historical dominance is mirroring the current mood, especially after Esther just beat him in a convincing match a while ago now. We see if Omnic can finally break that cycle. Omnic has seized the lead, putting Esther on the back foot. A surprising turn of events for the number 36 rated player. Unbelievable. He's just completely shutting out the opposition right now. Omnic is really defying the odds with this start. Esther bounces back quickly with a clean set of shots. He's showing why he's the higher rated player in this pair. Omnic is really putting the pressure on at 4-2. He's really fighting through that cold stretch today. Omnic is really shaking things up with an unusual 0-4 run in his last few matches. Well, this looks like he's completely flipped the script since then. The real question is whether Esther can find a way to stop this momentum before the gap widens. Esther recovers a round here, bringing the score to 3-6. He's putting that 60% recent form to use right now. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and Esther barely walks away alive with a sliver of health. That was a nerve-wracking finish for the favorite. He's completely taken over the map, moving closer to a tie with another huge win. The momentum shift is staring Omnic right in the face. We're sitting at a dead heat, 6-6. It's a closer set than most people predicted. Esther has definitely worked hard to stay in this, and now we see if he can finally pull away. Time to reset and go again. A perfectly executed exchange puts him in the lead, continuing a strong surge back into this series. Everything is falling back into place for the higher seed. And we are back to a deadlock at 7 apiece. A huge mental win for the underdog to keep this fight alive. He's refusing to let this game slip away, taking a commanding step forward with a completely untouched health bar. Neither man is budging. We're locked at 8 each. He's showing incredible grit, claiming another round to push his lead to 9-8. Both of these guys are trading blows in an absolute nail-biter. And Esther levels the field, bringing us to a 9-9 stalemate. Just a huge contrast to his recent struggles today. Omnic tracks him down perfectly and clears him right off the box for another win. The lower ranked player is absolutely holding his own here. A critical blow as he continues his roll, extending his lead to 2. It is a huge turn of events for the player, trailing in the ranks. Another flawless round, and now Omnic is just 1 point away from victory. Esther is fighting a steep uphill battle now. Unbelievable. Omnic closes it out with a final burst and seals the victory. Just a huge statement victory there. He really put those head-to-head stats to the side and proved he could hang with the best today. Welcome everyone. We have Zed and Omnic facing off today in the arena, with Zed entering as the slight favorite. Zed holds a slim 208 to 197 lead in their head-to-head history. But he's coming into this match on a losing streak. It'll be interesting to see if that historical advantage actually plays a role today. Omnic is currently controlling the pace with a 2-1 lead. A very fast turnaround for that round. Omnic is really putting on the pressure early here, just completely taking over the momentum. Omnic just edges ahead with a narrow 3-2 lead. He can certainly find his way back, as we saw in that 13-11 victory earlier today. Zed really likes that vertical advantage. He's completely flipped the script to bring this series level. A fierce battle from the boosts, but Zed earns the win to take a narrow lead. He's definitely looking more comfortable than he did in his last few matches. He's just unstoppable right now, securing that shot from the ramp for another win. Omnic's recent struggles today are definitely showing. He's completely taking over this match, moving his way to a commanding lead. 6 rounds straight, this side of the map is simply too difficult for Omnic to handle. The momentum shift is total. He just secures another one to keep this streak alive. He's certainly capitalizing on that rating gap here. Zed takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's really proving why he owns a better win rate on the arena. That 7-round run completely broke Omnic's spirit in the first half. Time for a total reset. Zed has gone a total of 16-19 over the last day. It's a mixed run of form, but he's clearly managing to isolate and outplay Omnic in this particular series. He just needs to stay patient here to close this out. Zed is just ruthless, pushing his lead to 10-5. He's certainly having a rougher stretch today compared to his opponent. Omnic was waiting for him there. He cleans up the Tetris position to keep this fight interesting. Omnic clawed back, but Zed still holds a 10-7 lead. He's definitely fighting for a foothold after that 1-4 stretch today. Zed is starting to separate himself here. A 2-round cushion really changes the pressure for Omnic. Omnic has been fighting a tough uphill battle across the board today. The trade-off has been lightning fast lately, with neither player able to keep a lead for long. He is really trying to overturn that lower ranking today. Zeth outlasts him in another exchange, putting himself on match point. Pure efficiency on that final kill. What a finishing touch. Zeth closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. That was an incredible display of control. Omnic put up a good fight, but he just couldn't find an answer for that level of precision. Welcome to Italy. We have Aster and Zeth stepping up for this duel, with the favorite looking to maintain a strong lead. Aster holds a commanding historical lead with a 79% win rate against Zeth. You know, it's really surprising to see the heavy favorite starting slow after such a dominant long-term record. We'll see if he can shake this off. Zeth is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Just a reminder that he's the one with the far more consistent track record today. Zeth is really making a statement here, refusing to let the head-to-head numbers intimidate him. Zeth is just running away with his 4-1 lead. Zeth seems entirely unbothered by his rival's ranking advantage. He is just untouchable right now, taking a huge lead into the next frame. The two of them are almost identical in rating on the ladder. Absolutely crushing, Zeth secures another lightning-fast win to keep this streak alive. Aster quickly answers back to stop that slide. He's coming off a strong victory against his opponent recently. Aster is currently sitting on a heavy win rate of 66% here on this map. And that familiarity is finally starting to show in his movement. It'll be interesting to see if he can pull this deficit back to a tie. Another fast exchange for Zeth as he continues to keep the lead firm. Zeth takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, everything is pointing the wrong way for Aster right now. He really needs to flip the script if he wants to save this series. Time to see if Zeth holds firm. Zeth is looming large now, sitting at 9-4. Zeth is easily ignoring that previous 13-6 loss from their last meeting. Aster claws one back, but Zeth still leads 9-5. A ridiculously quick finish to put him back in the game. The gap is just widening now, and it feels like Zeth is completely in control of the pace. He's certainly having his way with this one today. Zeth pushes it to 10-6, barely breaking a sweat. He really wants to prove that historical dominance is a real thing. Zeth just knew exactly where to look to pull Aster off that wine spot. A complete shutdown of the challenge, putting him just a single round away from victory. Aster comes up with a huge answer, refusing to let the match slip away just yet. He really needs to tap into that top-tier form for this stretch. What a finish! Zeth closes out the series with a perfect headshot. A truly shocking result for the books, especially since he's almost never seen a victory against his opponent before now. Welcome everyone, we're on orange for a duel between Aster and Omnic, with Aster entering as the strong favorite today. Aster holds a massive 74% career win rate in this specific head-to-head. You know, it's a dominant track record, but we saw Omnic pull off a victory in their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that recent confidence offsets the historical weight of these matches. Aster is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Omnic has definitely struggled to find a rhythm tonight. Aster is starting to put a real grip on this series, making it look easy early on. The rating gap is definitely showing in these early exchanges. Aster is just one step ahead at 3-2. Coming off a tough 1-5 day, we're seeing some fight here. Omnic claws back, and we're completely deadlocked at 3 apiece. Definitely shaking off the rust after that heavy match against Zeth. The momentum has completely shifted as he puts up another victory to take the lead. Tough spot for the favorite to be in. He's completely taken over the server, claiming his 4th straight win to push ahead. The rating gap really isn't playing a role in this series. Unbelievable. He's just on fire, taking 5 straight to widen the gap. The underdog is putting on a complete show right now. What a response! He shuts things down instantly and gets back in the game. A timely wake-up call for the higher seed. He's staying aggressive as the half winds down, keeping the pressure high and narrowing the gap. He is quickly closing the distance before the switch. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Honestly, he's completely flipped the script on this one. After a 5-round tier, the underdog is looking every bit as dangerous as the favorite right now. Time for a fresh start. Unreal, he barely escapes that absolute scrap, clawing out a win with a sliver of health left. That was an absolute nail-biter That was an effortless exchange for Aster, showing real grit to keep this race alive. He is simply refusing to go away, continuing discharge back into the game. This is becoming a much tighter affair than we expected. What a scramble! He barely comes out on top of that chaotic fight, clinging to just 21 health. Just a complete rollercoaster for his health bar today. He's showing serious tenacity here, continuing a strong push to keep the deficit minimal. Aster has usually been the one dictating these terms with a high win rate across 1,000 matches. It's clear he's having a really tough time applying that pressure today. He'll need to find a solution fast to stop the slide. A completely untossed exchange here as he keeps the pressure mounting. A surprising turn of events for the pre-match favorite. He's keeping the pressure on, looking completely sharp with that latest takedown. The momentum is shifting back to the guy who's expected to win. What a turnaround! He's completely erased the deficit to bring us level at 11-11. Now the pressure is really on for both players. Astonishing! Aster has completely seized control of the series, moving into a position to close this out right now. And that is it! He puts on a stunning display of precision to close out the series. Omnic really pushed him to the brink today, but the veteran just wouldn't let it slip. What a fight! Welcome everyone. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off on red line, with Zeth entering the match as the slight favorite. Zeth generally holds the upper hand in their long-term rivalry. It's a surprising start given he's beaten Omnic in their most recent individual clash. We'll see if he can shake off this slow start. Everything's wide open now that Omnic has leveled things. He's definitely feeling the confidence from that strong match against Aster earlier. Omnic has the momentum now, leading 2-1. He's playing far above the 36 ranking right now. Unbelievable! Zeth claws back the lead with an absolute sliver of health after dragging Omnic off the ramp. A tough spot for Omnic, who struggled with an 1-6 run today. Absolute chaos in this one. Zeth barely survives that exchange to drag him off the ramp. Zeth is just refusing to stay down today. What a shift in momentum. He's now picked up 3 straight to firmly control the map. The historical edge is starting to show in this set. Omnic answers back immediately, catching Zeth right off the ramp. He's showing a lot of grit, despite the lower rating. Deadlock. Zeth and Omnic are completely neck and neck. The lower rated player is refusing to back down today. Zeth takes control from the boxes, extending his lead to 5-4. His overall lead in their head-to-head history is staring them in the face. Zeth is currently on a high, having stayed reasonably strong with a 60% win rate in his last 10 games. Well, it's a completely different story for Omnic, who has struggled through a very difficult one. 6 runs today. I wonder if he can find a way to reset before this gets out of hand. We're all square at 6 apiece, and honestly, this is a great show of strength from Omnic. He's fighting off a tough day to keep this series level going into the switch. Fresh start for both of them. Omnic has snatched the lead back, putting him up 7-6. He's really turning the tables after that previous loss to Zeth. Omnic just shuts him down on the ramp, and now the pressure is really mounting on Zeth. A tough spot for the higher ranked player to be in. Omnic is on fire, putting an end to that run by picking Zeth off the ramp. A surprising look at things, seeing the 36 seed put on a clinic like this. Just a total shutdown. He's simply not letting anyone else in this match breathe right now. He's just completely untouchable right now, extending that streak to 5. Zeth finally breaks that run, putting a fast stop to the slide. He's still fighting for that 51% head-to-head advantage. Omnic keeps the pressure high, putting himself just 1 round away from the victory. He is really making the most of this opportunity tonight. Absolutely gorgeous! Omnic shuts the door on this series with a perfect final shot. He just completely dismantled the expectations for this set, proving that the rankings don't mean anything when he's this sharp. Welcome to the show. We've got Aster and Zeth facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Aster has a massive lifelong advantage over Zeth with a 79% all-time win rate, and honestly, it's almost unbelievable that the odds were so skewed in his favor, given how close these two are feeling lately. We'll see if their deep historical edge starts to kick in. Zeth is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The underdog is really playing ball tonight. The momentum is swinging back and forth, leaving us completely deadlocked as we head into the fifth. Zeth is really making his presence felt, holding that ramp position perfectly to take another round. We are all squared up at 3 apiece. That was an incredibly fast reset to put things back on even. Zeth is really making his home on that ramp today. He simply had the quicker reaction. The underdog is really defying those long-term odds tonight. Aster is playing those angles well, using the ramp to stay ahead of the action. It's a different story than their last meeting on AIM Italy P. Zeth just puts the pressure back on, catching Aster right as he stepped up onto the wall. A tight gap on the ladder makes these close calls expected. Zeth is just on fire right now, securing another victory from the ramp to extend his lead. Zeth keeps the pressure on, leading 6-5. He's finally starting to fight back after that tough series earlier today. We've got a total deadlock at 6-all. Well, Zeth is definitely keeping the score respectable. Aster is still the favorite here, but he hasn't been able to break away from the underdog yet. Time for the switch. Aster is really starting to put his foot down here, shaking Zeth right off that ramp. He's definitely showing why the ladder has him ranked higher. Absolute deadlock now. We're staring at 7 apiece. Zeth is definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Aster claws back to hold a slim 1-round advantage. That was a clean, decisive trade to take control again. The speed of these exchanges is just wild. They're essentially trading blows round after round. Neither one has given an inch since the half. Aster edges ahead with a narrow 9-8 lead. Both players are fighting through a long day of matches. Zeth is just too fast for him, reacting instantly to clear Aster off that ramp. It's almost a mirror of their result on Italy P. Zeth takes a slim 10-9 lead after that exchange. The gap between them on the ladder is practically non-existent. Pure chaos now. Aster and Zeth are deadlocked at 10. A total toss-up for the finale. Zeth just secures a big advantage from the window. He is really starting to seize the upper hand. Zeth secures his lead with another huge round, putting himself one step away from victory. Zeth's timing is just perfect in these high-stakes exchanges. Aster answers back with a crisp kill to keep himself in the game. A huge momentum shift right here. Incredible. Zeth shuts the door on this series and secures a huge victory. He's just completely rewritten the history books with that one. It's a massive statement win against someone who usually owns him. What a fight! Welcome back to the arena. Today we have Aster and Omnic facing off, with the favorite looking to dominate the match. Aster has a staggering 74% win rate in their head-to-head history, and that sheer dominance usually translates into psychological pressure for Omnic. It will be interesting to see if the latter can shake that weight off early on. He is simply untouchable right now, taking a full 3 rounds without letting a single bullet land. The rank gap is definitely starting to show here. He's just completely in control, taking a 4th straight for a huge lead. He's definitely looking more comfortable than he did in his last few matches. He's on fire, putting up a perfect 5-0 start. Omnic is definitely feeling the pressure after that rough start today. A sharp reaction from Omnic to finally put one on the board. A crucial glimpse of confidence for the underdog. Aster holds an overall win rate of 66% across a huge sample size. Well, you can tell he's relying on that experience to stay composed here. It really helps him keep the momentum even when things get tight. He's just too sharp, taking this round without taking any damage. Coming off a shaky 16-19 start today, he looks way more composed. Omnic wins the duel without taking any damage. That'll give him a little bit of breathing room. Aster is just cruising along with a commanding 9-2 lead. He is playing far above that mid-tier rank right now. Aster takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we anticipated given his 70% success rate on the arena. Omnic really needs to step up his game if he wants to stay in this. Let's see if Omnic can pivot. Omnic claws back one more, now trailing 9-4. A surprising push from the man currently ranked 36th. Omnic keeps fighting, narrowing the gap to 9-5. That is an incredibly clean sequence of rounds. That's a huge relief for Aster, shutting down that 3-round run and getting back in the driver's seat. He's really putting that rating difference on display. Aster secures a double-digit lead at 10-6. The underdog is definitely keeping the fight alive. Omnic picks up another, now sitting at 7. What a slugfest! Omnic survives that exchange to keep the rally going. Pure chaos in that trade, but he somehow comes out on top. A swift response from the frontrunner to put a stop to that rally. He really knows how to shut down the underdog's momentum. He is staying persistent, putting up another point to keep the pressure high. The gap on the ladder isn't making a difference right now. Aster puts his opponent on the ropes, moving one step closer to the victory. His consistency today has been truly impressive. What a finish! Aster closes it out with a perfect exchange to secure the victory. He really kept the upper hand throughout the set, proving that his map knowledge here is just on another level. Welcome back to the league. Zeth and Omnic are facing off on Mappas to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Zeth enters this match with a slight historical advantage, leading the head-to-head record 209-198. He's certainly trying to reclaim his dominance here after dropping their most recent encounter. Let's see if he can sustain this early lead. Zeth is holding a narrow one-round lead for now. Omnic has had a tough run of things over the last day. Zeth is really putting the pressure on here, picking up 2 quick rounds in a row to stretch that lead. Omnic's struggles continue after that rough 2-7 run today. Zeth still manages a slim edge, leading 3-2. Zeth usually looks much more consistent over his last 10 games. Omnic claws back to keep things dead even. His recent form has been a bit shaky compared to Zeth's late surge. Absolute perfection from the challenger, who just wiped Zeth off the map in a flash. A crisp shot from Zeth restores the balance at 4-all. He's definitely feeling better after that recent victory over Aster. Zeth edges back in front, taking a 5-4 lead. Omnic strikes back to make it a 5-5 deadlock. The lower rated player is holding his ground impressively. Zeth is showing some real resilience, quickly recovering to reclaim a 1-round advantage. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, this match is the prediction of a dead heat. Omnic is playing well above his current 20% win rate, keeping this entirely competitive as we switch sides. Fresh start for both guys here. Unreal. He barely survives that slugfest with a tiny sliver of health left. That's his second win of the night against Aster already. We're back in a total stalemate at 7 apiece. The lower seed is refusing to go away today. Omnic finally seizes the momentum with an 8-7 lead. What a scrap! Both players were shredded, but he just barely held on to bring the score level. The higher seeded player is barely clinging to the lead here. Zeth finds his rhythm again to pull ahead 9-8. Omnic's current form hasn't been great over the last 10 games. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up another victory to widen the gap. A tough spot for Omnic after a rough day of play. He's on fire, utilizing that ramp to push his lead to 11-8. Omnic is really feeling the weight of his poor form tonight. Absolutely lethal speed on that shot, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. Omnic keeps the dream alive by securing a critical stop right at the finish line. He needs to find this kind of energy for the next few. Boom! He closes out the series in a frantic shootout to take the victory. He really had to fight through those late scares, but he's finally got the upper hand again in this rivalry. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, Esther and Zeth are facing off on orange, with Esther stepping in as the heavy favorite here. Esther holds a massive all-time advantage with a 79% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. The problem is Zeth actually took their last encounter on fast aim. It will be interesting to see if the veteran can get back to his usual form here. Aster is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's putting a lot of pressure on him early on. Absolute control here. He is simply refusing to let his opponent back into this match. Coming off a solid 13-9 win against Omnic earlier today. The momentum has completely shifted. He just swept through that engagement to keep the run alive. Zeth showing a bit too much respect for that historical gap. Zeth refuses to fold, landing a sharp shot to keep this contest alive. That was an incredibly fast exchange to close out the round. The resilience is real. He's outplaying his opponent again and closing the gap. He's playing with a lot more confidence now. Aster's consistency on this specific map is undeniable with that 75% win rate. Honestly, it's showing why he's the clear favorite here. Now the pressure is on Zeth to avoid falling too far behind. Aster is pulling way ahead now, leading 6-3. He's quickly shaking off that loss from their earlier duel. Aster is just outclassing him right now, moving his total to 7. He's completely ignoring the pressure here. He is just completely untouchable right now, shutting the door on any hope of a comeback. It's an absolute clinic from the higher seeded player. Aster goes into the break with a 9-3 lead. I mean, this is exactly the result we were looking for based on the rankings. Aster is comfortably in the driver's seat and looks like he has a clear path to victory. Zeth needs a big spark here. Aster's just cruising now, extending his lead to 10. Their ranking on the ladder is remarkably close despite the score. He's just putting on a show right now, moving toward a potential shutout. The skill gap is barely noticeable looking at where they sit on the ladder. Absolutely ruthless. He's now just one step away from closing this out. The disparity in their current form is just startling. Zeth finds a way to answer back, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. Still needs a mountain of rounds to get back in this. He's found another one, keeping this fight going with another quick win. Slowing things down for the front runner. What a chaotic finale. He barely manages to survive that shootout to secure the win. He really asserted himself throughout the series. That's a huge step up from the last time they met. Welcome everyone, we've got Esther and Omnic facing off on Dunes, where Esther enters as the clear favorite tonight. Aster has an incredible 74% career win rate against his opponent. You have to wonder if that psychological edge is starting to wear off after this opening round. It would be a huge swing if the underdog manages to flip the script today. Omnic is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Omnic is really putting the pressure on early. He's looking incredibly sharp in these opening exchanges. Omnic is officially in the driver's seat at 3-2. He's coming into this series fresh off a solid win against the same opponent. Aster finally closed back to make it a dead heat. His recent form has been leaning much more in his direction. Omnic is showing some real grit, refusing to let Aster build any forward momentum here. Definitely not the result you'd expect given the gap on the ladder. We are completely locked in at 4 apiece. The odds didn't exactly project this being a toss-up. Aster just edges back in front. 5-4. The gap in their overall win rates is definitely starting to show. He's completely taken over the server, putting himself in total control now. Absolute mastery from the favorite, who continues to steamroll right into the break. He's really putting that rating gap into perspective. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, it's exactly what we expected to see today. He really shifted the momentum with that 5-round run to secure a comfortable cushion. Time to see if Omnic awakens. Omnic has only managed 2 wins in his last 10 games. And honestly, he looks completely adrift in a match that is slipping away from him. He has to find a way to disrupt the rhythm here, or this will be a very short night. He just completely shuts down any hopes of a comeback by picking Omnic off the box. Omnic gets a quick answer here, keeping himself in the fight. What a clinical exchange! He's now just 1 round away from finishing this map. It's a tough mountain to climb when you're this far behind. Omnic manages to survive that firefight, extending the gap before a final conclusion. A nice piece of awareness there to get the edge. Omnic stays hot, putting up another fast point to keep things interesting. He's certainly not going down without a fight. An absolute shutout here. He's just found a way to stumble into this high-pressure moment. Unbelievable. He is absolutely on fire right now, securing a 4th straight win. What a way to close it out! Aster finishes strong and secures the series right here. Omnic really threw everything he had at the wall in those final rounds, but he just couldn't close the gap. What a fight! Welcome to Italy for this duel between Zeth and Omnic. Zeth enters this one as the slight favorite. Zeth holds a narrow advantage in their overall history, leading 210 to 198 in total wins. But he struggled recently with a 18-17 record today. He'll need to find a way to turn that momentum around if he wants to maintain his edge. Omnic is now leading the charge 2-1. He's looking far more confident than those last few matches suggests. Omnic is putting a lot of pressure on here, really making Zeth fight for every single round. The gap in their rating isn't factoring in at all right now. That's a complete reversal of fortunes for Zeth, as Omnic now claims 3 straight. The lower rated player is just putting on a clinic right now. That's a lightning fast reaction and he puts himself firmly in control. He's simply untouchable right now, extending the gap to 6-1. The lower seed is completely taking over this one. Zeth finally answers back and clears the air with a clean shot. Omnic has been struggling lately with a 2-9 record over the last day. It's honestly surprising to see him dictate the pace like this. He's completely ignoring his recent slump to keep Zeth on the defensive. Omnic is cruising now with a commanding 7-3 lead. He needs to dig deep to close this out. Zeth is fighting back, but still trails 4-7. He's looking to repeat that recent success from their last head-to-head. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's playing way better than his current 2-9 daily record would suggest. Zeth needs to tighten up if he wants to claw back their deficit. Fresh start now. What a slugfest. He digs in deep to survive that exchange and keep the rally going. He is starting to string these together. Omnic just barely keeps the 8-6 edge over Zeth. A tough run of form lately, but he's finding his footing. Omnic just read him perfectly, snapping onto Zeth the moment he showed face on the wine. Zeth is showing some real grit here, closing the gap to just 2 rounds. Zeth is finally starting to play like the favorite here. He's putting on a serious show now, walking away from that encounter without taking a single point of damage. That was a surgical finish to put Omnic on notice. Unbelievable, Zeth has completely shifted the tide, locking in the tie at 9-9. Absolute chaos in this one. He claws his way to a victory after taking an incredible amount of damage. Omnic answers back quickly to bring this series dead even. Neither side is giving an inch in this contest. Zeth continues to put up a fight, moving within 2 of a victory. He just tightened up his game at the most critical time. He's simply refusing to go down, cruising to a 12-10 lead and moving within a single round of victory. Absolute brilliance from Zeth to close it out, capping off a legendary comeback victory. Omnic fought so hard to stay in this, but he just couldn't hold that momentum until the end. He really pushed the favorite to the brink. What a battle! Welcome to Red Line. We have Aster and Zeth facing off today, though Aster enters as the heavy favorite. Zeth gets a great start here, securing the first round from the ramp. He's already shaken off that rough 5-13 loss from their last meet-in. Zeth is moving lightning fast right now, simply outdueling the favorite in these opening exchanges. Another perfect encounter for Zeth, who just cannot be stopped right now. It's a total reversal of their usual head-to-head pattern. He's completely shutting the door on Aster, moving to a 4-round lead. He strikes again from the ramp, putting a massive distance between himself and his opponent. This is an absolute nightmare for the higher seeded player. Finally, the higher seed answers back to get on the board. It's a stark contrast to the dominant run he had in their last match. Zeth is putting up an incredible fight despite having a historical win rate of only 38% in this series, and honestly seeing him lead by 5 rounds is a shock given how often he's been shut down in the past. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure high enough to close out the set. Zeth keeps it rolling, stretching his lead to 7-2. He's playing some incredibly confident counter CS right now. Zeth just had a grip on this set, but Aster is starting to dig in and keep the score moving. The veteran experience is starting to show here. Zeth is still cruising with an 8-3 advantage. Zeth is certainly defying the usual odds makers in this one. Zeth takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely ignoring the history here. Aster usually owns this matchup, but we're seeing a total role reversal. Time to see if Aster reacts. Aster is definitely trying to lean into that 66% all-time win rate to claw his way back into this set. He's showing a lot more resilience now that he's tightened up his movement. The key is whether he can keep this momentum going before Zeth finds another gear. A sudden burst of energy from the favorite, who secures another win from the ramp. He is really starting to close the gap now. He is simply on fire right now, cutting the lead down to a single game. Zeth is completely on the defensive now. What a turnaround! He has completely raised that early deficit to bring us dead even. The momentum has shifted completely in his favor. Zeth quickly regains control of the series with another clean point. Zeth is proving his rank on the ladder is a lie today. Absolutely incredible. He's finally hammered it back to a dead heat at 9-9. This is becoming a total toss-up. Aster keeps pushing, taking the lead as his comeback effort continues to gain strength. It looks like he's finally remembering how to win these exchanges. Aster is simply untouchable right now, walking away from this encounter without taking a single point of damage. Simply unstoppable, he just needs one more to take the set. He's completely dismantling whatever defense Zeth has left. Absolute perfection. He closes out the series with a clean shot to seal the victory. Zeth really pushed the pace early on, but he just couldn't keep the pressure up against that level of consistency. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Omnic facing off on Mappas, with Aster entering as the clear favorite. Aster is dominating this rivalry with a 74% career win rate against his opponent. We saw that dynamic play out just minutes ago when Aster took a decisive win in their previous meeting today. It'll be tough for Omnic to shake that mental weight. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking a commanding 3-0 lead. The gap in their overall win rate is staring us in the face. He is simply untouchable right now, walking away with a perfect 4-0 lead. The difference in the rankings is becoming very apparent. Omnic finally answers back with a sharp sequence of his own. It's a bit of a struggle for the lower rated player today. Aster still holds a massive 5-1 lead. Coming off a rough 2-10 stretch today, the pressure is mounting for Omnic. Omnic is really feeling the weight of that 2-10 record from today. It's hard to get some momentum when you're facing a player who's already outscored you so heavily in their history. We'll see if Omnic can find a way to break this trend. Aster is firmly in control, leading 6-3. The rank 36 player is starting to fight back. Aster quickly shuts down that little rally, keeping a firm grip on the lead. Aster just keeps piling on, stretching it to 8-3. He's certainly proving why he carries a stronger 66% lifetime win rate. Aster goes into the break with a 9-3 lead. Honestly, everything is playing out exactly as we thought it would. He's simply too strong for Omnic right now. Let's see if Omnic can pivot. Omnic manages another one, narrowing the gap to 9-4. That was a lightning fast exchange to get things back on track. Omnic claws back, but Aster still leads 9-5. The timing of that double was just spot on. A complete shutdown as soon as the round started, and now the momentum has fully shifted in his favor. He's absolutely on fire, continuing this incredible surge to bring the score back to 9-7. Aster regains his footing, stopping the momentum shift for now. His experience in these high-pressure moments is starting to show. Aster is putting the brakes on this comeback attempt and moving comfortably toward the finish line. He has been on a roll today, going 19-16. Omnic is refusing to go down quietly, showing some serious speed in that last exchange. What a precise shot to put himself in position to end this match. A total lockdown of the side to secure that lead. What a finish! Aster secures the final blow to claim a convincing victory. Omnic really fought hard to keep things interesting, but he just couldn't find another answer for those clean shots. Welcome everyone, we have Zeth and Omnic facing off on fast aim to see who can claim the victory today. Zeth holds the edge in the lifetime rivalry with 211 total wins. I mean, he has historically controlled this matchup, though Omnic seems to be playing with more urgency right now. It will be interesting to see if that overall dominance actually translates to the board. He just shreds through that defense, picking the opponent right off the ramp. Definitely not looking like the favorite, at least for now. He just doesn't miss. Omnic wipes Zeth right off the window to take an early 4-0 lead. A tough start for the higher rated player here. Zeth finally gets his first point on the board, knocking Omnic right off that ramp. It's been a rough day for Omnic with only 2 wins in 13 games. Omnic is simply cruising with a commanding 5-1 lead. He's really shaking off that rough run from his last few games. Zeth keeps the pressure on, catching Omnic right off the wall. He's really fighting to shake off that loss against Esther. Zeth holds the high ground on the ramp and comes up with another big play. Those 2 quick rounds really shifted the energy. Omnic has had a brutal day so far with a 2-11 record in his last few matches, but he's completely flipped the script in this specific duel. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this level of confidence to pull off the upset. Zeth is making a real stand now, securing another perfect round right before the break. The gap is closing fast as we head into the break. We're sitting at 6-6 halfway through. Well, the match is living up to the hype. It's been a back and forth battle and neither player is letting the other get a comfortable lead as we swap sides. Let's see who takes control here. Omnic barely holds the lead, edging ahead 7-6. He is really stepping up as the underdog today. Omnic has pushed the advantage to 8-6. The lower rated side is completely taking over here. A total shutout on the ramp and Omnic is really starting to steamroll here. A massive turn of events for someone sitting at rank 36. Zeth finds another opening from the ramp, showing some serious grit to stay in this fight. He's refusing to let the match slip away entirely. The tension is mounting as the lead stretches to 3, leaving Zeth with a lot of ground to cover. A total reversal of the result we saw in their last encounter. Omnic is just relentless, sticking to that ramp to keep his momentum going. The pressure is really mounting for Zeth now. Zeth comes out on top from the toolbox, putting a bit of a dent in that lead. A smooth take from the window as Zeth keeps this run alive. He is starting to claw back into this a lot faster. Omnic secures the kill from the window to put himself on match point. He's really proving he can hang with the top tier today. Zeth earns a crucial victory here, continuing his determined push back into the game. He's certainly not letting this match end without a fight. What a scrap! Zeth keeps his cool from the toolbox to stay alive in this match. The momentum is swinging heavily in favor of the veteran. Unbelievable. Omnic closes it out right here to secure the huge upset. Zeth fought back hard, but he just couldn't close the door when it mattered. Absolute nail-biter. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Aster and Zeph facing off today, with the favorite looking for another strong victory. Aster has historically dominated this matchup with a win rate of 79%. It's a massive psychological advantage, especially since Zeph couldn't find a way through in their most recent meeting. We'll see if he can actually adjust today. Absolute control from Aster, who just walks away from that exchange without a scratch. Coming into this as the heavy favorite, he is looking sharp. Zeph puts up a fight here, taking the round with ease to close the gap. Just a glimpse of a possible upset here. Another fast one for Zeph, who is stubbornly clawing back into this series. The underdog is refusing to go down quietly. What a turnaround! We are completely level now as he takes total control of the game. Everything we expected from the early rounds has been flipped on its head. A swift response from Aster to reclaim the lead. He looks completely locked in after that run against Omnic earlier. Aster is sitting on a 2015 record across his matches today, and he's proving that those strong numbers aren't just for show. I mean, he's starting to put the pressure back on Zeph in a big way. It will be interesting to see if he can build a real lead now. He outduels Aster in a closer exchange to bring the series right back to a tie. The momentum has completely shifted for the underdog. He's completely in control now, taking another effortless win to seize a lead of his own. Just a flicker of movement and it was over. We're heading into the break with Zeph holding a 7-5 lead, and honestly it's a shock considering his 32% map win rate here. He is playing with a lot of confidence right now. Let's see if this holds. Aster answers back, leaving Zeph clinging to a slim lead. The rating gap is proving to be a factor right now. We're completely deadlocked at 7-all. The gap in their overall records really shows during these resets. He just wouldn't go down digging deep in that brutal fight to make it 3 straight. He's definitely feeling the weight of those consecutive losses lately. A desperate scramble that ends in his favor, and now he's taken 4 straight. The difference in their overall win rates is staring us in the face. Zeph is showing a lot of grit, shutting down that rally in a quick, clean duel. Aster pulls ahead again to make it 10-8. The skill gap is becoming an obvious factor in this set. Zeph has almost no room left for error now, and Aster is putting the squeeze on him. He really seems to have his number today. A strong response from Zeph to keep the pressure high and maintain this comeback attempt. He's definitely not letting that lead get too comfortable. Aster puts an end to that rally and now just needs a single round to seal the series. He's showing exactly why he's sitting higher in the rankings. Zeph keeps his hopes alive with another strong win to keep this fight moving. A very sharp read on that last peak. Zeph shows incredible spirit here, denying the closeout with another clutch play. He's absolutely refusing to let this match end right now. And there it is. Aster closes it out with a perfect finish to secure the match. He really had to sweat it out this time. Zeph was playing above his head for most of that. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Aster and Omnic are facing off on Italy, with Aster stepping in as the heavy favorite. Aster has a massive history of success against this opponent, winning over 70% of their meetings, and honestly, that psychological edge is already showing. He's entering this one with a lot of confidence after beating Omnic earlier today. It will be tough for the challenger to shake that off. Aster holds a slim lead heading into round 4. The gap in their ratings is becoming a real factor here. Omnic is really struggling to find any answers right now, and Aster is just capitalizing on every single mistake. Aster is barely holding on with a free 2 cushion. He's certainly fighting through the uphill climb right now. Aster's cruising now with a comfortable 2-round cushion. He's been really active today, logging 21 wins so far. Omnic has a real struggle on his hands, having gone only 3-11 over the last day. Well, it's becoming a pattern for him in this tournament. He's just not finding any answers against a player as steady as Aster. He's completely taking over now, securing another straightforward victory to extend his lead. The skill gap between these two is on full display. Simply too fast. That's 4 straight for the frontrunner. This is starting to look like a total blowout. Absolutely untouchable. He's now stacked 5 straight wins for himself. It is just a carbon copy of their previous encounter today. Omnic finally answers back with a fast kill right before the side switch. A huge spark of life for the challenger. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, everything we expected from the odds is playing out right now. He's essentially owning the map and putting a lot of pressure on Omnic for the second half. Aster pulls further ahead to make it 10-3. The skill level is a clear mismatch here. Aster is just cruising along right now, and the end of this game is starting to feel inevitable. Omnic is refusing to just go down without a fight, picking up 2 rounds in the last few exchanges. Omnic is really tightening things up right now, making these rounds end in a blur. An effortless conversion puts the leader at 12-5, just 1 more round needed for a victory. What a finish! Aster shuts the door on this series with a perfect closing round. Just another day at the office for the top seed, keeping that massive head-to-head lead firmly intact. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Zef and Omnic facing off in this one to see who takes the win. Zet has a strong overall lead with 211 wins in their head-to-head history. But Omnic is the one who walked away with their most recent duel. It will be interesting to see if that recent confidence outweighs the historical trend. Omnic is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. Zet is really struggling to shake the dust off his recent matches. Unbelievable. He barely survives that scrap to even the score at 2-2. He's really fighting through the nerves today. Omnic really punished that angle, taking Zeth right off the box to hold the advantage. Zef is playing high and tight, using that elevation to lock things down at an even score. Omnic is playing fast today. He just tore right through Zef while he was perched up top. We are deadlocked at 4 apiece after that flurry. It's a real battle of the underdogs today. Omnic just edges ahead, putting the pressure on Zeth. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence after that win on fast aim. Both players are trading rounds back and forth, making it almost impossible to tell who has the edge right now. Zeth claws back ahead by a single round. He's certainly shaking off those losses to Aster. We're heading to the break tied up at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly the kind of toss-up we expected coming into the match. Now we just have to see who can maintain their composure for the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic takes a slim 1-round lead heading into 13. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. What a scramble! Zeth barely hangs on with a shred of health to lock this at 7-7. Both are struggling to string together a real sequence today. Zeth is starting to put on some serious pressure, picking up another win from that elevated spot. Omnic manages to secure that high ground for himself, keeping things perfectly even. A really tight battle considering their close rankings on the ladder. Omnic is simply on fire right now, just completely denying Zeth any space on that box. Zeth just leveled the playing field at 9-all. It's quite a contrast to Omnic's rough 3 and 12 showing today. Omnic just snatched the lead back at 10-9. A tough run for Zeth, who has struggled in his last 3 outings. The pace has picked up tremendously. These encounters are happening so fast now that Zef simply can't find an opening. Absolute chaos in this exchange. Zef somehow scrapes through that bloodbath to keep himself in the game. Zeth really needs to bounce back from that rough run against Aster. A sharp exchange there, and now Omnic is just 1 round away from the victory. He's truly dominating the pace of this final stretch. And there it is. Omnic closes it out with total composure to seal the series. Zeth really put everything on the line with those insane low health saves, but he just couldn't find that final gear. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have a great match today featuring Aster and Zeth, with the favorite looking very strong. Aster is currently on a massive 7-game win streak. Well, he's entering this one with an incredible amount of confidence after having won the last 5 meetings between these two. Now we just have to see if Zeth can disrupt that pattern early on. Aster is pulling ahead, leading 2-1. Aster is certainly living up to the billing as the favorite. Zeth just needed to hold the ramp and it paid off. We've got a dead heat here. Zeth is really fighting the tide today after those recent losses. Zeth takes the lead, putting Aster on the back foot. He's playing way above his usual form today. He is simply untouchable right now, taking a commanding 3-round streak. A total reversal of how their last meeting went. Aster responds immediately with a sharp call to get back into the game. Zeth has been struggling, but he's fighting a lot tougher tonight. Aster has clearly been the dominant force in their history, holding a nearly 80% win rate in their head-to-heads. And honestly, looking at how Zeth is responding right now, the odds for this match are starting to feel completely wrong. Zeth maintains a narrow 1-round cushion as we head into round 10. He's bringing that high win rate from the last 24 hours into this series. Zeth is firmly in control with a 2-round advantage. Zeth is really making the most of this momentum shift. Zeth is making this look easy, picking up another fast win to stretch his lead. A huge contrast to Zeth's struggles earlier today. Zeth takes a surprising 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's defying every bit of history here. This is a shocking start for Aster given his usual dominance in these head-to-heads. Fresh start for both as soon as we go. Zeth looked great from that ramp, finishing the fight in a flash to stretch this lead. A surprising turnaround given his usual struggle against the number 23 seed. What a brawl! He barely clings to life after that exchange but manages to push forward. He needed that one to keep his hopes alive. Zeth is really putting on a clinic from the ramp, keeping the pressure on Aster. A complete shift from the result on orange. Zeth is cruising toward the finish, holding a 4-round lead. Quite the turnaround from his recent stretch of losses. He just completely dismantles Aster off the ramp to keep this run going. He is completely ignoring the historical gap between them. Absolutely ruthless. Zeth is just 1 round away from closing this out. The pressure is just too much for the top seed right now. A sudden spark of life from Aster, who completely denies the finish. The veteran finally found a way to stop the bleeding. Unbelievable! He's not going down without a fight, extending the chase with a flawless sequence. The momentum has completely shifted to the veteran, who now has 3 straight rounds under his belt. He's certainly fighting to reclaim his spot as the top seed. Absolute perfection from the red side to secure the victory. He just refused to let the veteran close the door. Talk about a confidence boost coming off those losses. Welcome everyone to Redline. We've got Esther and Omnic facing off, though Esther enters this one as the heavy favorite. Aster has a commanding history here, having won 74% of their lifetime encounters, and is carrying their confidence into today after taking their most recent match by a wide margin. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find any answers for that. Aster holds the lead, but Omnic is fighting back. He's definitely not letting the rating gap get in his head. These exchanges are getting faster. That last fight was over in a flash. The skill gap is on full display right now. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to a dominant 4-1. Omnic is struggling to find the same momentum he had against Zed earlier today. He's just too fast right now, taking full control of the server with another effortless win. Omnic answers back with a lightning-fast reaction to get around on the board. Aster wasn't intimidated by that height advantage, quickly putting Omnic back on the defensive. He's really putting that rating advantage into effect right now. Aster is just too sharp today, using that ramp for a great vantage point to keep the pressure high. Absolutely effortless. He just won't let the opposition back into this game. A scrap of a fight, but he manages to claw out another win to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. Aster takes a massive 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as the numbers predicted. He's just outplaying Omnic in every single exchange right now. Let's see if Omnic can pivot. Aster has won 80% of his last 10 matches. It's clear he's carrying an immense amount of momentum into this series, but seeing the scoreline, he'll have to buckle down to keep that lead secured. It's becoming a very steep climb for Omnic now, with Aster just refusing to give him any room to breathe. Omnic is playing a risky game, but that high ground paid off for him this time. The gap between rank 23 and 36 is really narrowing now. Omnic is putting on a clinic right now, easily picking Aster off from the ramp to keep this surge going. Aster shuts things down and takes control once more, putting himself on match point. A tough spot for the ranked 36 player to navigate. Unreal. Aster closes out the match with a perfect shot from the ramp to secure the series. He's just in another league today, easily handling that matchup and moving on with a huge amount of confidence. Welcome everyone to the arena. Zeth and Omnic are ready to go. with Zeth entering today as the slight favorite. Zeth is currently sitting on a historical edge in this rivalry with 211 total wins over Omnic. I mean, he's traditionally known how to close these out. We'll see if he can maintain that consistency over the course of the set. Omnic has snatched a commanding lead with 2 rounds. He's coming off a tough 4-13 stretch over the last day. What a fight! Both players were nearly gone, but Zeth scrapes through to even the map. We're looking at a really tight match between these two. Omnic pushes ahead by 1 in a nail-biter. Zeth's overall 38% win rate has been a steady anchor throughout his career. Omnic just reads him perfectly, catching Zeth right as he tries to hold the Tetris. It's a repeat of their last encounter on the dunes. Unreal. He barely walks away from that slugfest, pulling ahead to a 5-2 lead. That's a stark contrast to the ratings we saw coming in. Total shutdown. He's just hitting everything right now, pushing that streak to 4 straight. A sharp response from Zeth to finally hold that slide. He's fighting to get back to that head-to-head advantage. He's finding his footing and showing a lot of heart to keep clawing back into this game. Zeth is really starting to play like the favorite here. He's completely in control from the ramp, taking his 3rd consecutive round. He's definitely proving why he's the higher ranked player today. We're deadlocked at 6-6 heading into the switch. Well, both guys are trading blows exactly as we expected. Expect a war of attrition here since neither side is willing to give up an inch. Time to see who blinks first. He's fully awake now, taking the lead and continuing this impressive climb back into the match. And he takes full control of the momentum now. He's just relentless, securing another victory from the ramp to widen the gap. He's really starting to dictate the pace after that switch. Zeth holds a thin lead, pulling ahead 8-7. He's desperate for a result after that heavy loss to Aster. He's refusing to let the lead slip, keeping the pressure high to open up a 2-round advantage. His current form suggests we're seeing a total shift in this series. Omnic puts an end to that threat and shuts Zeth down on the ramp. He's showing some real resilience today after that early struggle. He's putting on a clinic in composure, firmly cementing that 2-round cushion. Omnic just shut that down fast, punishing Zeth for staying up on the ramp. He's eager to put that recent 13-10 victory over Zeth to use. That was a clean finish, putting him just 2 rounds away from closing this out. The higher seed is really digging in his heels now. He just won't stop charging forward, putting himself 1 step away from victory. Just pure dominance when he gets his rhythm like this. What a finish! He shuts the door on this series in spectacular fashion. He definitely had the upper hand today, and it's nice to see him get some revenge after that Dunes loss. Welcome everyone, we're on Orange today for a match between Aster and Zeth, where the favorite looks hard to beat. Aster holds a massive 79% win rate in their head-to-head history, and honestly this map typically suits his playstyle much better. He'll be looking to leverage that historical edge to put Zeth on the defensive early on. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, securing a flawless third straight round. A prompt reaction from Zeth to hold that momentum and claw back into this match. Still a tough climb for the underdog here. What a scramble! He almost didn't make it out of that one. But Zeth clings to a narrow lead in health to secure the round. He's showing some real grit to keep this fight close. Aster is comfortably in the driver's seat at 4-2. A huge contrast to that 13-9 result we saw earlier today. A messy exchange there, but the underdog manages to come out on top. Zeth is certainly proven he can trade blows with the favorite today. What a chaotic fight. He barely survives that encounter, pulling the series completely level. He's effectively erased the lead in a matter of minutes. Aster barely holds on to a one-round advantage now. Still feels like he's fighting an uphill battle with those ladder rankings. Zeth has an overall win rate of only 38% across his career. It's clear that the pressure of this deficit is starting to weigh on him. He needs to find a way to break this current skid before he falls too far behind. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Well, it is a closer fight than the 75% map win rate for Aster would suggest. Let's see if the favorite can pull away now that the sides are switching. Time to see who blinks first. He's really refusing to back down, clawing his way back into a narrow lead. He's looking incredibly sharp as he pushes for a double-digit lead. Another huge one for Zeth, who refuses to let the momentum slide back to his opponent. The tables have completely turned from how this started. He's completely in control now, making it 3 straight to really grip this series. A total shutdown as he pushes the lead to double digits. A total reversal of what everyone expected coming into this match. He is simply unstoppable, securing another victory to put a stranglehold on the match. The pressure is clearly mounting for the favorite right now. He is simply an absolute wall right now, extending his run to 6 straight wins. He is making the ladder rank difference look irrelevant right now. Finally, the favorite finds his mark and puts a temporary stop to the slide. He's definitely feeling the heat now. Unbelievable. Zeth closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the match victory. He just completely defied the history books, with that performance proving once again that it doesn't matter who's supposed to win. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Aster and Omnic stepping up for this match, with Aster entering as the clear favorite. Aster has completely owned this head-to-head rivalry with 349 wins over Omnic, and honestly, you'd expect that dominance to carry over here. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually find a way to break that pattern today. Omnic just can't be stopped right now, putting an absolute stranglehold on this early stage. It's a total flip from that 13-5 result we saw recently. He just won't let up, simply picking his opponent off the ramp to reach 4 straight. Everything about this is just wrong for the higher rated player. Aster finally finds his footing and manages to break that momentum. He's certainly looking to get back to the 22-14 daily form. A flawless sequence from the ramp to bring his score up to 2. The gap in their ranking is starting to show through. He's completely overhauled the pace of this match, securing his 3rd straight win in an instant. Omnic is back in control, securing a quick kill from the ramp. A huge shift in confidence for the rank 36 player. Aster puts up a strong fight, dragging himself through the damage to clear Omnic off that ramp. He really needs to dig deep to close the gap. Omnic just won't budge, sticking to that ramp to push his lead to 2. It's a bold look for someone with a 34% lifetime success rate. Omnic is just too quick, catching another one from that ramp position. The rank 36 player is showing a lot of resilience today. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is a huge surprise given their historical track record. We are seeing an unexpected fight from the underdog who just refuses to back down. Time to see if Aster answers back. A lightning fast response to open the second half, and he is refusing to let the lead slip away. This is exactly the kind of shift we're hoping for from the top seed. What a turnaround! He guns down his opponent from the ramp to bring the series all the way back to a dead heat. He's simply not stopping, taking his 3rd straight to seize the lead. The momentum has completely shifted back to the top seed. Omnic answers back quickly, forcing the score back to a stalemate. He's definitely shaking off that 4-14 start from earlier today. Omnic edges ahead, holding a slim 1-point advantage. He's really playing with a lot of heart in this series. Absolute precision from the underdog, taking full control of the map once again. Hard to believe he's this outclassed on the ladder. Aster keeps his composure in a slower exchange to get back within 1. The pressure is mounting for a player who has dominated this pair. Omnic just punished that ramp position, putting his opponent in a really tough spot. He shuts down the comeback attempt instantly, putting himself on the verge of victory. It's an unbelievable spot for the underdog to be in. Aster stays tough, flicking his way to a perfect clear of the ramp. He's proving he can still handle the heat in this series. Unbelievable. Omnic closes it out from the ramp to secure a historic victory. Just a completely unexpected result for the underdog to finally come out on top today. He really fought through the noise to pull off a career-defining victory. What a performance! Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Omnic is currently leaning on the map win rate of 41% to get this early lead, and honestly, it's surprising to see him start so strong given how he struggled in his other matches today. Zeth is definitely going to be looking for a response here. Absolute control here as he just pops Zeth right off the box. A completely different result compared to their most recent meeting. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that exchange, but he manages to secure a perfect start. The favorite has really struggled to find any footing here. A sharp reaction from Zeth to get a round back on the board. He's showing great persistence, taking the second point in a row to close that gap. The favorite is finally starting to apply some pressure. He's absolutely on fire now, taking another round without letting a single bullet touch him. Omnic halts the momentum shift and puts a 2-round cushion back in his favor. He's putting on a surprising show today despite that recent 5-14 record. Zeth is holding a narrow lead in their career history with 212 wins overall. Well, it's interesting because that historical edge seems to vanish the moment they step onto this specific map. I wonder if he can find a way to reverse this trend. He is just too fast right now, putting a huge gap between himself and his opponent. Just a few games ago, the odds were flipped. Omnic takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's really punishing Zeth right now. He looks way more comfortable on this terrain than his poor form today suggested. Time to see if Zeth wakes up. Omnic still holds a 3-round edge at 8-5. Coming off a string of strong performances lately, Omnic secures that advantage from the box, effectively erasing the small run Zeth tried to put together. Omnic is practically cruising with a commanding 10-5 lead. Opposite results from their last encounter on Blame map. Zeth just clawed one back to make it 10-6. He's entered the day with a decent 18-17 record so far. The tides are shifting here as Zeth puts together a dangerous little run to get closer in the score. A complete shutout again, and now he's just refusing to let up as the deficit shrinks. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, sweeping another round to keep this incredible surge going. Incredible! He's completely wiped the floor with the opposition to bring this match all the way back to a deadlock. Omnic enters back immediately to put himself one step closer to the win. A critical stop for the lower rated player in this matchup. He manages to clutch his way through a fierce gunfight to put himself in position to close this out. The composure on display here is really a step up from his typical play. Zeth keeps his hopes alive with a rapid headshot, refusing to go down without a fight. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door on Zeth to close out the series. Zeth really fought back with that huge run in the middle, but he just couldn't find the final push he needed. He's definitely gonna be feeling this one. What a match! Welcome everyone! We're on Italy today for a match between Aster and Zeth, where the clear favorite looks to dominate. Aster holds a huge head-to-head advantage with a 79% win rate over his opponent. It's clear he's looking to maintain that dominance today. We'll see if Zeth can keep up the fighting spirit from their last encounter. Absolute chaos there. Aster barely survives a wild trade to reclaim the lead. Aster just completely dismantled Zeth from that angle, cutting him down right off the wine. He's just too quick right now, extending his run to 3 straight. The gap in their historical win rates is really starting to show. He's just untouchable right now, taking a 4th straight round without taking a single hit. Zeth finally answers back, ending the run and cutting into that early deficit. Aster has put in a significant amount of work today, with 20 wins already in the books. Well, that level of activity often proves a bit draining over time. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can capitalize on any fatigue as we head into the second half. Aster is cruising along with a commanding 7-3 lead. The response time on that last trade was instant. Zeth is fighting for every inch here, but Aster is simply moving faster in these exchanges. Aster holds a commanding 9-3 lead at the break. I mean, the script is playing out exactly as we thought it would. Zeth has a steep hill to climb if he wants to flip this match around. Time for Zeth to dig deep. Aster's just relentless, pushing his lead out to 10-3. A tough shift for him after that earlier win on Blame Orange. Zeth is just completely outclassed right now. He can't find any way to put a stop to this momentum. He keeps the pressure high and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. A surprisingly clean exchange here as Zeth secures another win to stay in the game. He's showing some grit despite the deficit. He's refusing to go quietly, snagging another point to keep the dream alive. He's on fire, taking a 3rd consecutive point to put a huge dent in the momentum. Zeth is simply outplaying him right now, extending his run to 4 straight. The momentum has completely shifted in this battle. And that's the game. Aster shuts the door on the comeback and takes the win. He really wanted to bounce back from that previous loss to Zeth, and he did just that. Welcome everyone, Aster and Omnic are facing off in the arena, where Aster enters as the clear favorite today. Aster has held a massive advantage in their personal history, leading their head-to-head with 349 wins. It's a wide gap, but we have to remember that Omnic actually took their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries over today. He's simply too fast, taking full control of the match with another effortless round. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing a 4th straight victory to shut out the opening segment. Absolute carnage coming from the frontrunner, who is just playing a different game right now. Omnic responds with a crisp headshot to hold the momentum. Aster is typically an absolute wall on this map with a 70% win rate. Well, he's definitely not looking invincible right now. Omnic is managing to flip the script and make the favorite sweat. That was an intense exchange, but he manages to outlast the scramble to keep his lead. He needs to put some distance between them and a total blowout. Aster is just too aggressive, securing that win from the boost to keep his momentum going. The rating gap is starting to show in this set. He's back on top and looks completely fresh heading into the interval. A really dominant stretch before the players step away for a moment. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Everything is going exactly as expected so far. Omnic put up a fight with a quick 3-round burst, but he's just unable to keep up with the pace. Let's see how this side swap goes. Omnic finds his footing, cutting the lead to 8-5. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in. He's staying strong, securing another clean frame to keep this comeback alive. Things are certainly getting interesting for the underdog. He's completely shifted the tide of this match, powering through to a 3rd straight win. We're seeing a total reversal of what we expected going into this. A quick response here to stop that slide and reclaim the advantage. He's showing why he's the higher seed in this pairing. A completely effortless exchange, and he's continuing to chip away at that lead. It's a total toss-up at this stage. Aster pulls ahead again to make it 10-8. He's finally starting to look like the higher seeded player. Omnic is just getting outplayed right now. Those reaction times are barely believable. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, showing some real grit here to close the gap further. He's showing plenty of fight despite the initial odds. Aster secures the edge in a close skirmish, putting him just 1 round away from victory. What a finish! Aster shuts the door and secures the map victory. He really knows how to close out these matches when the pressure mounts. Omnic pushed him to the limit, but that experience eventually paid off. Welcome to Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are facing off today on orange to see who comes out on top. Zeth enters this one holding a long-term edge with 212 total wins over Omnic. It's a huge sample size, but the matchup is always tight. And Omnic is actually coming off a victory against him in their most recent encounter. He'll be looking for a repeat performance here. He's completely taking over, making it a quick 3-0 lead. He's definitely making up for those recent losses against Aster. Both players traded heavy damage, but Omnic holds on to grab his first round of the map. He's proving he can hold his own against the favorite side. Omnic completely shuts the door on that rally, taking a very clean shot to secure his second straight round. Unbelievable! He's completely erased that early deficit to even the score. Tough spot for Zeth, who was expected to take this series. Just an absolute clinic from the challenger, taking a commanding grip on this series. A surprising turn of events for the man we expected to lead. Zeth answers back immediately to lock things up at 4-4. Things are wide open for both of them right now. Zeth claws back ahead, now leading 5-4. He really needs to shake off that recent loss to Aster. He's just not letting up, stringing together another win to put a real dent in his opponent's momentum. He refuses to go away quietly, and keeps the series narrow as we approach the break. Both players are fighting for every inch of ground. We're deadlocked at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, it's exactly what you'd expect from two players with identical map win rates. Neither side is giving an inch as they switch sides. Fresh start for both of them. A tough exchange for Zeth, as his opponent secures the lead for the first time this half. The pressure is mounting for the man expected to win this series. And Zeth equalizes, bringing us back to a 7-7 deadlock. Both of them are looking completely identical in form today. A flawless sequence for the challenger, who continues to show serious grit as he regains a one-round advantage. He's found another way to come out on top, really showcasing a lot of heart in this series. That's a very quick transition back into the lead. Omnic holds a slim edge at 9-8. A small but crucial shift in the momentum for the higher rated side. Zeth fights back to tie it up at 9 apiece. He's really playing the spoiler after that tough match with Aster. Omnic simply won't buckle, picking Zeth off the ramp to reclaim the lead. The underdog is really making his presence felt today. Another rapid win for Omnic, who looks more and more composed as he extends his lead. Omnic is simply on fire right now, putting himself just one round away from victory. Zeth is really feeling the pressure now. Zeth manages to find the opening and survives the exchange to keep his hopes alive. A much needed breath of air for the veteran right here. The grit is real here as he continues this climb to pull within a single round of the tie. Absolutely wild. He pushes the momentum even further by cleaning up the ramp to force a stalemate. Pure chaos now as we head into the final stretch. Absolutely untouchable right now, as he extends his streak to 4 in a row. Everything is shifting back in favor of the higher seed. Omnic responds instantly, putting a stop to that momentum and bringing us right back to a dead heat. A gritty trade in the middle of the arena, and Zef comes out on top to take the lead. A high-stakes battle that just came down to the final few hit points. What a response! He stays ice cold to force another tie in this overtime battle. The pressure is truly weighing on both of them. He manages to dig deep and take down Omnic from the ramp, moving Zeth to a 15-14 lead. He looks completely in control of the pace now. What an incredible response from Omnic, who just walked away without taking a single point of damage to force the tie. That was a surgical precision shot to bring the scores level. Zeth just reclaimed the advantage, moving ahead 16-15. Zeth secures a crucial cushion, pushing his lead to 17-15. He's really proving why he entered as the favorite today. Omnic answers back to keep this clash tight at 17-16. Neither of them is letting this one slip away easily. Omnic strikes back, bringing the tally to a dead heat. Pure grit from Omnic to shut the door on that momentum. Omnic jumps back on top with an 18-17 lead. A completely contrasting result compared to that blowout against Silas. A total deadlock once again, with both sitting at 18. The consistency from the underdog has been remarkable in this series. Omnic sneaks back into the lead at 19-18. Omnic is flying now, pushing his advantage to 20-18. Omnic is just relentless, pulling ahead to a 21-18 cushion. The underdog is putting on a complete exhibition right now. Zeth is fighting a steep hill at 19-21 now. The gap in raw skill isn't showing up on the board today. Zeth narrows the gap to just 1 point. The veteran is suddenly looking like the aggressor in this duel. Omnic holds a slim 2-round lead over Zeth. He really fought his way back into this one, but he just couldn't close out that final gap. A huge statement win for the underdog. What a scrap. Welcome everyone! We're on Mapas for this match between Esther and Zeth, with the favorite looking to keep his momentum going. Esther has completely owned this rivalry with his 79% head-to-head win rate. It makes total sense given that he also comes into this match having won their most recent encounter. Zeth really needs to break that pattern quickly. Unbelievable. He manages to scrap through that exchange with a mere handful of health left. He's been tasting a lot of victory against this opponent lately. Zeth tried to hold the high ground, but Esther just read him perfectly on the ramp. Zeth is struggling to find any foot in this afternoon. He just can't stop the bleeding and Esther is officially taking over this map. He's certainly carrying that confidence from their previous meeting today. A fierce duel here, but Esther barely scrapes through to move a step closer to double digits. The gap in experience is really starting to show here. Absolutely effortless. He's now on a tear, taking 5 in a row. Zeth is really feeling the pressure of those recent losses. He is simply unstoppable right now, racking up 6 straight rounds in a row. It's been a brutal hour for Zeth after that loss to Omnic. Finally, a response from Zeth, who shuts that down in an instant. He's had a rough stretch today, looking to shake off that losing momentum. Esther holds a huge overall advantage with a 66% win rate over his career. So yeah, seeing Zeth put up a fight like this is a real shift in energy. He's proving that he can handle the pressure and push back against the stronger. Esther still holds a commanding 8-3 lead. He's certainly feeling comfortable in his role as the favorite. Esther takes an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, the higher seed is playing exactly how we thought he would. Zeth needs to tighten things up if he wants to stay in this. Let's see if Zeth can dig in. Esther is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. The level of play here perfectly reflects the gap on the ladder. Esther's dominance continues, now sitting on a 10-4 lead. He's coming into this one with a really solid 21-14 record today. Zeth is fighting back, but the hill is still incredibly steep for him right now. Zeth is fighting an uphill battle against a higher rated opponent today. These exchanges are becoming lightning fast. Esther is just too quick for him right now. He's back in control and just one step away from finishing this. Zeth just can't find a way to seal any momentum today. Zeth puts on a great display, shutting him down from the ramp. It's a small spark of hope for the underdog in a tough spot. What the final shot! Esther secures the victory and seals the series. He just kept the pressure on from the start. Zeth put up some fight, but he's just not the answer for this guy today. Welcome everyone, we're on red line today for a match between Aster and Omnic. Aster enters this one as the clear favorite. Aster has completely dominated this rivalry with a 74% win rate against Omnic. Well, it's no surprise given the gap in their overall ladders. We'll see if Omnic can find a way to break that trend today. And just like that, Omnic levels the playing field. He's fighting from a significant gap on the ladder. What a scramble. Both players were fighting for their lives, but he just barely claws out the win. A tough start for someone sitting at rank 23. He's just taking over this match, shutting down any hope of a comeback right now. Aster answers back quickly, picking up a clean frag from the ramp. The top seed is finally starting to push back. Unbelievable. Aster survives by a hair after an absolute war of attrition to tie things up. Omnic is really fighting to make a statement here. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another one to keep this run going. The rating gap is really starting to tell here. What a fight. He barely survives the exchange to keep his streak alive. The gap in experience is clearly showing here. He is simply unstoppable right now, cruising to a 5-round win streak. His current form is mirroring that 13-9 victory from their last meeting. A slower pace this time, but he manages to pull off a perfect shot to stay in this series. The momentum is shifting, but we're still seeing a strong lead for the favorite. Aster has won 70% of his matches in the last 10 outings. So yeah, the gap in form is really starting to surface. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find any way to claw back into the... Aster leads 8-4 heading into the break. I mean, the higher seed is firmly in the driver's seat right now. He's just playing a very clean game and controlling the pace of the match. Let's see if Omnic has an answer. Aster is just running away with this, sitting at 9-4. The gap in skill is becoming more apparent by the minute. Aster's now putting up a massive 10-4 lead. This matches the energy he brought into his previous win against Zeth. Omnic is refusing to go down easy, putting up some seriously fast reaction times this round. Omnic finds a breakthrough, cutting the deficit to 10-6. A much needed spark for the lower seeded player. Aster just shut down that brief surge from Omnic, firmly regaining control of the series. He secures the edge from the ramp and now just needs one more to end it. Game over. He closes it out with a final fast reflex to secure the win. He really just played a perfect match on this map, reminding everyone why he sits so much higher in the standings. Welcome to the Dunes map. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zeth currently holds a slight lead in their head-to-head history with 212 wins. But Omnic is the one coming off a victory in their very last meeting. It will be interesting to see who actually owns the mental edge today. Zeth keeps the momentum, pushing ahead 2-1. The higher seed is starting to flex his advantage. Zeth is putting a lot of pressure on the start of this game. He's really playing aggressive right now. Zeth is just barely holding his narrow lead now. The lower rated player is proving he can hang tonight. Zeth's pulling away, now commanding a 4-2 lead. The higher rated player is quickly finding a way to respond. Their reactions are becoming lightning fast. These two are really trading blows quickly. Omnic claws back to make it a dead heat. The lower seeded player is really starting to shake this game up. He's just unstoppable right now, securing his third straight win to take the lead. Zeth's struggle is becoming a pattern after those few rough matches today. Zeth answers back immediately to square things up at 5-all. Zeth regains the advantage with a tight 6-5 lead. He's really fighting back after that tough loss to Esther. We go into the break locked at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly what you expect from two players this closely matched. Omnic looks strong on this map, but Zeth has completely neutralized that edge so far. Fresh start for both sides here. Zeth edges ahead once more, leading it 7-6. Slightly higher ranking on the ladder, and it's showing. Omnic strikes back to tie things up at 7. Neither of them can really pull away in this set. Omnic is really putting a stranglehold on this match right now. Omnic really seems to have the blueprint for this matchup lately. Absolute stalemate as both Zeth and Omnic sit at 8. Both of these guys are currently struggling to find some consistency today. Omnic has finally seized control with a 9-8 lead. A tough afternoon for Zeth so far after that earlier loss to Esther. Zeth is currently sitting on a 4-game loss streak in his last 10 outings. It's clear that the confidence isn't where it needs to be right now. He's really struggling to find an answer for Omnic's current run of form. Omnic takes a commanding grip on this match, securing a 4th straight victory to reach match point. Absolute carnage from the right side of the bracket right now. Unbelievable. Omnic closes it out with a huge performance to take the series. He's definitely found the answer to Zeth's playstyle. The underdog really stepped up and shut the door today. Welcome everyone, Aster and Zeth are heading into the arena with the favorite looking to keep their dominant streak alive. Aster has an absolute stranglehold on this rivalry with a 79% win rate over Zeth. It's a massive historical gap that should make this a straightforward day for him. We just need to see if Zeth can shake off that recent slump and find some confidence early. Aster just reads the map perfectly, catching Zeth as he tried to hold that ramp. He's already looking sharp coming off that 13-6 victory against Omnic. Zeth is putting up a serious fight, leading 3-1. Zeth is finally breaking out of that rough stretch of losses. Zeth has completely taken over the early map, putting on a great show and keeping Aster on the defensive. He's making it look easy from that position. What a lightning fast response. He's starting to claw his way back into this set. A huge momentum shift coming into this round. Zeth has been struggling recently, posting a 30% win rate in his last 10 maps. It's a real contrast to how he's playing today. He's completely ignoring those poor results and playing like a different person right now. He's just too fast right now, securing another clean victory to keep the streak alive. He's simply too sharp right now, keeping that momentum going with a flawless shot. Quite a reversal from their previous head-to-head meeting. Zeth is simply on another level, taking a 5th straight round to keep the pressure high. Really fighting against the grain for him here. Zeth enters the break with a shocking 10-2 lead. Well, this is a complete reversal of the odds. Nobody expected the underdog to build such a huge gap after struggling so much lately. Let's see if Aster wakes up. Zeth is just refusing to let up, putting Aster in a really precarious spot as we wrap up this half. He's just effortlessly dismantling any attempt at a comeback. Another clean takedown, and Zeth is now just a single point away from victory. Everything is going against the grain for the higher seeded player. Aster finally finds his footing, securing a quick victory to delay the inevitable. It's still an uphill climb for the favorite. Unbelievable. Zeth shuts the door right there to close out the series. He really fought his way out of that hole today, proving he can hang with the best in the league. Welcome to Fast Aim. Aster and Omnic are ready to go, though Aster enters this one as the strong favorite. Aster has a massive lead in their overall head-to-head, winning 74% of their matches together. But we've seen that these gaps can disappear quickly when a player is on a hot streak. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can build some real momentum here. Another clean win for Omnic, picking Aster right off the ramp. Unbelievable. He's simply outplaying Aster right now, taking a commanding lead in the early game. He's simply untouchable right now, extending the lead to a 5-round gap. Aster finally answers back with a crisp headshot to break that momentum. Aster holds a substantial lead on the ladder as a top half player. He's definitely using that technical advantage to claw back into this. Omnic needs to find a way to slow this downward slide before he loses control.
Counter-terrorists win.
Omnic secures another point, landing a quick strike from the ramp. Omnic is certainly playing like he's forgotten that rating gap. He's refusing to go away, securing another round to keep the pressure on. Tough place for him to give up another round. Omnic just shuts him down from the ramp, making this look like a very one-sided affair. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's definitely defying the odds right now. Despite the lower rating, Omnic has outplayed the favorite for most of this first half. Siding up, let's see who blinks. He's showing plenty of grit, effortlessly taking this point to close the gap. Absolute precision on that shot. The top tier skill gap is starting to show. He's completely neutralized the lead, tying things up with another flawless frame. Everything is completely wide open now. He just wipes him off the ramp, continuing a furious charge back into this series. The lower seed is really struggling to find any stability. Omnic manages to hold his ground, evening the series back up at 8 apiece. He's really grinding out a tough match today. He just clears the ramp to push his lead to 9-8, showing some incredible mental strength. He's starting to prove why he's ranked so much higher on the ladder. Aster answers right back, making this a dead heat. He really fought his way back from a tough loss earlier today. He's looking incredibly sharp right now, putting the pressure back on his opponent with a perfectly timed burst. The favorite is really starting to find his footing here. He's just too consistent right now, taking a 2-round lead over his opponent. Aster is really asserting that superior ladder position now. Omnic just shuts him down from the ramp to keep this series wide open. He's certainly making a case against the rankings today. Aster catches him right off the ramp, putting himself just a single round away from victory. His confidence is soaring at this stage of the match. What a finish! Aster closes the door on the ramp to complete an incredible recovery. Omnic put up a hell of a fight today, but he just couldn't keep that early momentum going long enough. What a battle! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Zeth holds the overall advantage in their long-term history, taking 212 of their head-to-head meetings. He's certainly looking to double down on that psychological edge, especially since their most recent clash didn't go his way. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep the momentum shifting. Absolutely crushing it. He's just completely taken over this early stage of the match. A quick response here, as Omnic shows some grit to keep the score close. That was a lightning fast trade of power. He's refusing to fade away, picking up another to stay within striking distance. A tricky spot for the favorite to find himself in. What a turnaround! He's completely erased that deficit and now it's all tied up. The slight favorite is suddenly under a lot of pressure. He's simply unstoppable right now, claiming a 4th consecutive round to take the lead. This is a complete flip from how the match started. He's just completely shifted the energy of this game, securing 5 straight rounds for himself. Unbelievable. A 6-round run now as he continues to storm back into this game. What a fight! He barely escapes with his life in that exchange to bring the score to 4-6. That was an absolute nail-biter of a finish. He's showing some serious resilience, taking another round in his effort to claw back. We head into the break with Omnic leading 7-5. I mean, Zeth has historically seen more success in this matchup, but he's just not able to close the gap right now. It's a very close set. Time for a fresh start. He puts on another display of pure accuracy to maintain that 3-round cushion. He's really capitalizing on the upper hand right now. Unreal. Zeth barely survives that brawl to keep his hopes alive. The endurance of that player is simply incredible today. He makes quick work of his opponent, maintaining a 3-round cushion. The under-the-radar player is really stepping up today. He's totally in control, putting an end to that small rally with a perfect burst. The pressure is mounting for the pre-match favorite. He's completely shut down any hope of a rally, securing his 3rd straight win. The higher seed is looking completely lost in the shuffle. Absolute perfection on that shot puts Omnic 1 round away from victory. He's completely outperforming the pre-game expectations right now. He manages to snap that streak and keep the series going. The pressure is definitely on Omnic to close this out. Another clean stop for Zeth, refusing to let this match end just yet. The favorite is finally putting the pieces together at the right time. What a finish! Omnic secures the final round and closes out the map in style. He just keeps finding a way to get the better of him lately. Zeth really tried to scrap his way back, but it wasn't enough. Welcome everyone to Redline. Aster enters today as the heavy favorite, but Zeth is ready to fight for a win. Zeth secures an early advantage, using that height on the ramp to take the first point. Aster answers back immediately, taking control of the server from that ramp position. Zeth will be looking to repeat the 13-3 blowout they had recently. Aster carries a massive historical lead with a 79% win rate in their head-to-head matches. It's clear why the odds were so skewed coming into this. Zeth is fighting a steep uphill battle to prove that their previous blowout was anything more than a fluke. Zeth just can't be shaken right now. He's really starting to build some momentum in this series. That was a much cleaner finish for him than the last one. Goodness, what a fight! He barely clings on for his life to keep this streak alive. That underdog energy is simply not going away today. Aster finally pulls one back, keeping things tight at 3-4. He's certainly not playing like a guy ranked 31st right now. Aster manages to push Zeth off that ramp, and now we're looking at a dead heat. The lower seeded player is really hanging tough here. Zeth manages to reclaim the lead, using that ramp advantage to put himself back on top. Zeth really looks comfortable in this server right now. We're all squared up at 5 apiece. He's really showing that his ranking is no accident. Aster is really putting the pressure on here, taking the lead with 2 fast rounds in a row. Zeth has had a tough run across his last 3 games today. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a fairly typical start given his huge historical advantage. He's holding the edge, but Zeth is staying surprisingly competitive. Let's see who finds their groove now. Unbelievable. He holds onto a tiny sliver of health to claw back into this. Absolute nerves of steel to close that out with nearly nothing left. And just like that, Zeth forces a total deadlock. This matchup has completely flipped since the opening. Aster barely edges ahead, putting Zeth on the defensive. The higher seed is starting to find an answer here. Zeth claims another one from the Tetris, and he's looking very steady throughout this match. He's really defying the odds throughout the entire set. Zeth is just one step ahead at 9-8. The lower ranked player is truly stepping up his game. Aster levels the playing field, making it 9-0. The veteran knows exactly how to keep his composure in a deadlock. Zeth reads the play perfectly and shuts down Aster's attempt to hold the high ground. He's certainly making a case for a serious climb up the ladder. Zeth is really starting to separate himself here, putting a huge dent in Aster's hope for a comeback. He's really shaking off that tough loss to Omnic from earlier. These quick reactions are making the series a total toss-up. Zeth is definitely playing with more confidence than he has in a while. Aster has completely flipped the script, shifting the momentum back in his favor just as we hit the final stretch. Another one for Aster, who secures a huge lead from that elevated position. Zeth comes through with a huge response, forcing us into overtime. Neither man is giving an inch going into the extra frames. Aster is really starting to assert his presence in these closing moments. That's another victory for the higher rated competitor today. The pace of these exchanges has picked up significantly, and Esther is just too quick for him right now. Zeth is having a tough time turning things around today. That was a blink and you miss it trade. Zeth is really stepping up the tempo to keep this close. What a scrap! He fights his way off the ramp and barely survives that exchange. Absolute chaos in that exchange, barely walking away from the edge. Zeth keeps the dream alive, shutting him down from the ramp. Pure reaction time on that play. Incredible! Aster finishes him off the Tetris to close out the entire series. He really pushed him to the limit, but that experience in overtime was just too much to overcome. What a fight! Welcome back to the league. Esther and Omnic are stepping onto dunes and the top-seeded favorite looks ready to dominate. Esther has completely dominated this rivalry with a 74% win rate across their history, and you can really see that confidence translated into that opening duel. The psychological edge is definitely with the favorite right now. He's completely in control, moving to a 3-0 lead. The ranking gap between the two is staring us right in the face. Simply untouchable right now. He cruises to a 4-0 lead with another effortless flick. Finally, a round for Omnic, who manages to get back on the board. He's definitely got a bit more confidence now after taking a game of Zeth earlier today. Omnic is showing real grit, refusing to let the deficit get any wider. The pressure is starting to build for the higher rated player. Esther is coming into today with a 22-13 record over the last 24 hours. Well, he's been extremely consistent throughout this tournament run, and he's not letting that small slump from Omnic derail him. I wonder if the pressure starts to shift now that the lead is widening again. Omnic is staying aggressive, reacting instantly to keep the pressure on. He's really starting to close the gap on this one. Unbelievable. Omnic has completely erased that early lead, bringing us dead even at 5 apiece. He's simply on another level right now, taking a firm lead into the final round of the half. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a shocking turn of events. He is fighting out of his skin right now to challenge a player who usually owns this matchup. Time for a total reset. He's showing impressive stability, taking a commanding lead to 8-5. The underdog is simply refusing to back down in this series. Esther finally finds his footing, shutting down the momentum with a lightning-fast response. He puts on a clinic from the box, digging himself even deeper out of that hole. The momentum is shifting back to the top-ranked player. A staggering recovery from the favorite, who now manages to even the scoreboard. It's a total toss-up now, despite the gap in their rankings. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking full control with an incredibly sharp reaction. A pristine shot to put it all level, showing a lot of strength from the underdog. A massive mental reset for the man in the lower bracket. Aster is showing a lot of heart here, taking back the lead with an effortless headshot. Just proves why he's the clear seed leader in this pair. What a display of toughness, as he earns a perfect round to bring this set completely level. He is simply refusing to crack, edging ahead by 1 round. A real battle of nerves as they head into the final stretch. A perfectly timed reaction from Omnic, bringing this series completely level. This is definitely not the one-sided affair the brackets predicted. That's a crisp finish to put him in a position to seal this victory. Game over! What an incredible show of strength to secure the series after that early deficit. That was a nail-biter, but the higher seed just barely kept his cool when it mattered most. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we have Zeth and Omnic facing off today in the arena to see who comes out on top. Zeth holds the historical advantage in their long rivalry, leading their lifetime head-to-head 212 to 204. But after losing their most recent encounter on a different map, it looks like Omnic is carrying that confidence into this series. Omnic's cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. He's playing with a lot of poise after that last map win. Zeth quickly shuts things down, clearing him off the boost to bring this set right back to a tie. A clean response from the favorite to level the playing field. Zeth really likes that verticality today. He's holding his own with a nice stretch of wins. Still feels like a tight battle between these two. He secures another effortless a kill from the ramp to put a firm grip on the match. A very different look than that 13-8 loss he took earlier. A swift reaction from Omnic to keep this game close. He's definitely fighting to overcome that lower map win rate. Zeth has definitely found his footing here, showing why he enjoys a 42% win rate on this map. It's quite a contrast to the struggles he's had in his other series today. I wonder if he can keep this momentum high enough to push for a double-digit lead. Omnic answers back immediately with a lightning-fast kill to keep things competitive. Omnic remains resolute, securing another point as the first half nears its end. He's really narrowing the gap as they head toward the halfway mark. Zeth holds a 7-5 advantage as we head into the break. I mean, he's comfortably in the lead, but Omnic is staying right in the mix. We should see if the side swap helps close this gap. Let's see who digs in deeper. Zeth pulls even further ahead, now sitting at 8-5. Looking at the ratings, these two are locked in a tight battle for the bottom third. Zeth takes control from the Tetris and is really starting to put some distance between himself and Omnic. Both players are having a tough run against Aster earlier today. What a fight! Zeth comes out on top from the box to secure his third straight victory. He's shaking off those losses to Aster with ease. Omnic manages to disrupt the momentum and get a round back. He's proving that his victory in Italy wasn't a fluke. Zeth is really pushing the pace now. He's just 2 rounds shy of wrapping this whole thing up. Despite those losses to Aster, Zeth is putting on a clinic here. These two are trading blows constantly now, and Zeth is starting to look a bit vulnerable. Neither of these two has felt particularly sharp today. A total shutdown. Zeth has reached the finish line and just needs one more round to seal the deal. The odds at the start certainly favored this outcome. Absolutely effortless! Zeth shuts it down right there to secure the victory. He's finally got the better of his rival for today, making the most of his experience on this specific map. Welcome to the show. Aster and Zeth are facing off on fast aim, and the favorite looks strong today. Aster has an incredible historical advantage here, winning 79% of their meetings. The numbers really lean his way, but Zeth is playing with an edge right now. It'll be interesting to see if he can pull off a surprise. Zeth is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. A high quality response from the higher rated player. Aster is really starting to take control here after that rocky start. His recent form has been impressive, extending a 3-game winning streak. He just deletes Zeth right off the ramp to secure a huge momentum shift. Zeth's recent struggles are proving to be a real hurdle here. He's completely taking over this map, securing another victory from the ramp to push his lead to 4-2. Zeth gets a quick look at the head and puts a stop to the runaway lead. Aster has carried his momentum from a very strong day, winning 23-12 in his last few matches. Well, he's certainly looking comfortable here despite the momentary pushback from Zeth. It's becoming a battle of willpower for the underdog to keep this close. Zeth stays gritty, finding the angle to drop Aster right off the wall. The pressure is definitely building on the frontrunner now. He's showing incredible resolve, shutting that door shut to keep things tense heading into the break. We're all tied up at 6 apiece, and honestly everything is playing out just as expected. Aster's level of play is exactly where we thought he'd be, but Zeth is refusing to let the map slip away. Fresh start now. Aster grabs the lead, putting him 1 up. He's comfortably controlling the pace right now. Aster is pulling away with a 2-round cushion. Zeth is definitely feeling the weight of those previous losses today. He completely shuts down Zeth from the ramp to maintain his momentum. He's definitely looking comfortable after that earlier win on Redline. Another effortless flick to drop Zeth from the ramp, extending his hold to 4 straight. Zeth digs in to find a crucial answer and halt that slide. He's definitely trying to prove he can keep up with the higher rated player. Aster is really putting a grip on this game, staring down a massive lead now. His 66% all-time win rate seems to be holding up well today. Zeth is keeping this interesting, managing to hold that ramp position for another key round. He's definitely fighting for survival right now. A precise burst drops Zeth from the ramp, leaving Aster on the verge of victory. Purely a matter of who blinks first at this stage. Unreal. Aster shuts the door completely to claim the victory. He's just completely dominant in this rivalry lately, and tonight was no different. Zeth put up a fight, but he just can't find a way to beat this guy. Welcome to Berserk League duels on map as Aster is looking strong today, but Omnic is ready to fight back. What a fight! Omnic barely claws out the victory in a chaotic exchange. A tough start for the favorite after that opening exchange. Aster has clearly been the more dominant force throughout their entire history. But it's surprising to see him struggle after such a high win rate in his recent games. It'll be interesting to see if he can turn it around before the lead gets out of hand. He manages to secure this exchange, showing some real grit to avoid falling further behind. The pressure is definitely mounting on the top-seeded player right now. Omnic is just steamrolling right now, leading 4-1. He's really making a statement against a player of his caliber. He's showing a lot of heart, putting up a strong fight to trim the lead. He's definitely not playing like a heavy favorite right now. Omnic is flying high with a commanding 5-2 lead. This is a complete reversal of their usual history. He keeps the momentum shifting, showing plenty of fight to bring this closer. Still feels strange seeing a matchup go this way. Total shutdown here. He's refusing to let that lead get any wider. Looking for a way to finally bridge that gap in quality. Omnic is putting up a fight despite facing a player who has beaten him in 74% of their career encounters. It's a complete reversal from their typical dynamics. The real question now is whether he can actually close this out. We're heading into the break with Omnic holding a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is a huge shock given that Aster is usually so much more reliable. Let's see if he can recover from this deficit. New sides, let's get into it. Omnic stays in the driver's seat at 8-5. It's a huge swing considering the 9-19 form he's brought into the day. He's refusing to fade away and keeps this rally alive. The gap in their historical numbers is finally starting to shrink. Omnic keeps the edge with a healthy 9-6 lead. He's really defying the expectations we had coming into this series. Unbelievable. He barely survives a brutal firefight to keep the momentum swinging his way. An absolute nail-biter of an exchange there. A total wipeout for that play, and he continues this determined charge back into the match. He's finally starting to push back with some stability. He's just unstoppable right now, leveling the game at 9-all. Total reset here, effectively starting a brand new game. He's simply too sharp right now, grabbing a 4th straight to take the overall lead. A quick exchange here to bring the scoreboard right back to a deadlock. A real clash of wills between the number 21 and number 35 rated players. Omnic is really making his presence felt here, putting a lot of pressure on the favorite. An incredibly clean finish there, and we have a dead heat at 11-11. Exactly where we started, but with way more tension now. Absolute precision from Omnic to seize a massive advantage right here. Just a stark reminder of the current state of the ladder. Absolute ice in his veins to force the tie. We are headed to overtime. Both players have survived on a sliver of health today. This is just a battle of attrition now, with neither player able to put the other away for long. A complete reversal of how their last meeting on Dunes ended. Omnic is just putting on a clinic, making it feel like the rankings aren't even a factor right now. He barely holds on during that exchange, but manages to secure the round and keep the pressure mounting. Absolute perfection from Omnic, who puts himself just one step away from the finish line. Hard to believe we're seeing this side of the matchup. Absolute perfection to close it out. Omnic secures the victory and claims the map. He really stood his ground in the clutch today, just refusing to break under that pressure. That's a massive result for him. What a match! Welcome everyone, we have Zeph and Omnic stepping onto orange today for this close-looking match. Zeph has a historical edge here, leading the career head-to-head series 213 to 204. But that long-term success doesn't seem to be helping him right now. He's struggling to close these games out today, while Omnic looks much sharper coming into this one. Omnic takes a commanding 2-1 lead here. Omnic is looking much stronger after that tough loss on Blame map earlier. A total toss-up so far. Neither player is willing to let the other build any real lead. Omnic is putting the pressure on with a 3-2 lead. Looking to bounce back from a rough 8-13 loss against Aster. Omnic is really starting to pull away at 4-2. The lower rated player is definitely the one taking control. We've got a real seesaw battle on our hands here, with neither side able to put together a serious run. Omnic has really hit a wall recently with a 10-19 record over the last day. He's clearly determined to turn that around tonight. It will be interesting to see if Zeph can capitalize on that fragility as we head deeper into the first half. Zeph claws back to tie it up at 5-all. He's really asserting himself now. Omnic just needed a quick response here to keep things tight as we approach the halfway mark. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, this is playing out exactly as we thought it would. These two are virtually identical on this map, and that parity is showing in every single round. A completely clean slate here. Zeth barely edges ahead with a 7-6 lead. The favorite is firmly in control right now. Zeth is widening the gap to a 2-round lead. Both of these guys have stayed around the 30% mark historically. Omnic just stalled the momentum perfectly. We're right back to a 1-round difference. A solid answer back to keep this thing tight. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-7. He's definitely looking to repeat that 13-7 result from earlier. Zeth is really pulling ahead with a 10-7 cushion. The difference in rating here is truly negligible. A closer battle this time, but the composure pays off for Omnic to keep this fight alive. He's really digging deep to keep himself in this contest. What a scramble! Omnic survives a brutal exchange to keep this comeback rolling. Total chaos in that trade, but he came out on top. He's absolutely untouchable right now, erasing that lead to bring us back to an even split. Pure adrenaline now, as this match resets to a dead heat. The surge is real. Omnic is simply refusing to let up, moving within striking distance of the finish line. Zeth shuts that down quickly to bring the score level. Two of them are practically identical in rank right now. Zeth finds a perfect shot to seize control of the server again. The favorite is finally finding a way to close things out. Unbelievable. Zeth closes it out with a flawless finish to claim the match. Omnic played his heart out to force that comeback, but he just couldn't find the final push he needed. Truly a battle of wills. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for a match between Aster and Zeth, with the favorite looking for another strong win. Aster has won nearly 80% of their lifetime encounters, showing just how much of a grip he usually has on this matchup. It makes that early lead for Zeth a bit surprising, given Aster's superior history. Now we have to see if the underdog can actually push this forward. Unbelievable fight from both, but he manages to claw through that chaos to keep the game close. He's showing why he holds that rating advantage over Zeth. What an absolute nail-biter! He barely survives with a sliver of health to even the score. That's exactly how he's played his last 5 matchups with Zeth. He simply doesn't miss dropping Zeth right off the ramp for a 3rd consecutive round. He's really taken total control of the server right now. Another spectacular victory, and that's 4 straight as he manages to clear Zeth off the ramp. The gap in overall experience is becoming very evident here. Zeth finally answers back with a crisp shot from the ramp. A much needed response for the lower seeded player. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 4 apiece. A huge shift from that fast aim series they played just now. He's completely in charge now, comfortably securing his 3rd straight point from the ramp. A surprising shift for the rank 31 players today. Absolute carnage in this one, but Zeth barely keeps his head above water to stay on top. The momentum has completely flipped since their last map encounter. He's completely overwhelmed Aster right now, putting up an incredible 5-round sequence as we head toward the break. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, the underdog is really playing out of his mind right now. He's completely defied the history between these two to take a surprising advantage. Time for a clean slate. He keeps fighting, securing a narrow victory to stay within striking distance. The pressure is clearly getting to him. He just refuses to go down, winning an absolute war of attrition to even things up. Both players are fighting for every inch of ground right now. Zeth just edges ahead by 1, holding the lead. He's showing a lot of grit despite that long history of losses. Zeth is managing a really impressive run here, which is crazy considering he's typically only won around 38% of his total matches. The confidence he's found in this specific map is allowing him to completely ignore that historical disadvantage. He is genuinely playing like the favorite right now. What a battle! He outlasts the exchange to bring this series completely level. A quick sequence there to keep things completely balanced. Incredible resilience from Aster, who just barely survives that trade to take a 10-9 lead. He is playing with absolutely zero room for error right now. He's on fire! Aster extends the streak to 4 straight rounds. Zeth's early lead is completely gone now. Absolutely unstoppable. He claims another win from the ramp to reach match point. The momentum has completely swung back in favorite's favor. Closing statement. He secures the map with a huge final sequence to leave Zeth in the dust. He simply wouldn't let his opponent stay in the driver's seat, coming back from that early deficit to maintain his dominance over the rivalry. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Aster and Omnic are facing off on Italy, where the top-seeded favorite looks to dominate. Aster has absolutely owned this matchup, winning 74% of the time over their history together. But Omnic managed to take their most recent encounter. Now we have to see if that confidence carries over to the rest of this series. Omnic is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. He's outplaying the higher rated opponent right now. Wow, what a scramble. Both players were hammered, but Omnic manages to survive that absolute firefight. He's simply not letting up, continuing the charge with 3 straight rounds of his own. Aster usually finds a way to close these out. A fast reaction from Aster to get the upper hand and shift the energy here. He needs a few more clean rounds to really climb back into this. That is a total shutout as he continues to claw his way back into this game. Absolutely crushing. He has completely erased that early deficit, bringing us level at 4 all. Exactly where the odds predicted this series would head. A lightning fast reaction for another win, putting him firmly in control of the series. He is completely untouchable right now, putting up a 5th straight win to take a 2-round lead. A sudden response from Omnic to bring this series back to a 1-round difference. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The favorite is doing exactly what we wanted to see. He kept a comfortable cushion even though Omnic pushed back hard for a bit. Let's see who hits first. He opens the second half with a lightning strike, keeping the momentum rolling. The gap in skill levels is starting to feel very apparent. Omnic finds his footing again, showing some real grit to keep the pressure on. He just can't be stopped right now, securing another quick victory to close the gap. Aster puts an immediate stop to that momentum, reclaiming a 2-round advantage. Unbelievable. He just barely scrapes through that chaotic exchange, surviving with almost nothing left. That was far too close for comfort. Omnic keeps the pressure on, showing a lot of heart to stay in this fight. What a scrap! Both were nearly gone, but Omnic barely edges out that slugfest to stay in it. Pure survival instinct from the underdog right there. A total shutout here, as he refuses to let this fight slide away. The pressure is really starting to mount for the underdog now. Another effortless round for the leader, and he is now just 1 step away from victory. Omnic is refusing to go down quietly, showing some real tenacity here. The underdog is really fighting for his life right now. Game over! He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Omnic really made him sweat for this one, especially with those late round scrambles. He just couldn't close the gap. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Zeth and Omnic are ready to go head-to-head in this matchup. Zeth comes out strong here, utilizing that ramp to get the early lead. A tight opening given how closely they've played in the past. Zeth holds an arrow 214 to 204 advantage over their long-term history. That edge should be keeping him confident despite the slow start today. It'll be interesting to see if he can translate that historical success into a lead here. Omnic completely shuts the door on Zeth, knocking him off the ramp to take full control of this match. Omnic secures another ramp duel to keep his momentum surging forward. A total turnaround from the result they saw just a few matches ago. Omnic is simply untouchable right now, securing another win from the ramp to hit a 5-round tier. Finally, Zeth manages to fight back and put a stop to that heavy run. A high-pressure moment for both as they settle in. A fast exchange on the ramp, and Omnic is really putting the pressure on here. A tough stretch for the favorite to navigate early on. Zeth is really starting to chip away at this lead, securing another win from that ramp position. He's refusing to go away, showing some serious grit with that second straight win. He's certainly playing like the favorite now. A really quick reaction from Omnic to put a stop to that mini run from Zeth. He's proving to be a tough matchup today. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, Zeth entered this match as the slight favorite, but he struggled to keep his composure tonight. We'll see if he can turn it around on the other side. Time to switch sides. What a wild brawl as both players fought from the ramp, but Zeth manages to dig deep here. A really clean exchange there to keep things interesting. Omnic holds his ground on the ramp and recovers a quick lead here. He's coming into the series with a rough set of results recently. Unreal, both of them were down to nothing, but he manages to scrape through with a sliver of health. That's a huge swing in favor of the lower rated player. Zeth easily picks him off the ramp, continuing this stubborn climb back into the game. The higher rated player is finally starting to find some consistency. He's putting on a real display of tenacity, keeping the pressure high while closing the gap. The pressure is mounting for the trailing player now. Completely untouchable. He just wiped the floor with that round to bring us all the way back to a deadlock. A massive shift in momentum from where we started. Zeth is simply on fire, securing another huge round from the ramp to take the lead. He is absolutely asserting his authority in this server. Omnic answers back instantly to pull the series back to a draw. Omnic is really starting to trade blows with Zeth now, refusing to let him walk away with this. He's putting up a great fight despite being lower on the ladder. He stays sharp, walking away without a scratch to bring the score level. Everything is on the line for these two now. An absolute blur of a round, and Zeth is now just one step away from victory. A perfect response from Omnic to force this deep into an extra map. The lower seeded player looks completely comfortable in this tiebreaker. Zeth manages to pull through with a gritty finish, dragging himself back into the lead. he's really digging in his heels to keep this match alive. They both fought for that height, but Omnic was just a split second faster to the draw. Omnic is just purely outclassing Zeth at the moment, utilizing that high ground to pull further ahead. Absolutely effortless. He keeps fighting and brings this overtime clash right back to a stalemate. A dead heat now between the seed and the underdog. Zeth is simply refused to break, securing the fight from the toolbox to reach match point. He just shuts everything down in an instant. Absolutely incredible. Zeth closes the door on this series and secures the victory. He just barely managed to hold the line in a total bloodbath of a series. Both of these guys were playing out of their minds tonight. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. We're on Dunes today for a match between Esther and Zeth. Let's see if the favorite can keep the streak alive. Esther has a staggering 79% win rate against Zeth over their entire history. You know, that deep historical edge is exactly why the betting outlook was so heavily skewed. We have to see if Zeth can actually break this cycle today. The momentum is completely shifted now, and Esther is just taking over this early stage. Zeth answers back quickly to keep things competitive. He's proving he can hang with the higher rank today. He's staying strong and keeping the pressure on to narrow the gap. We're seeing a glimpse of why the betting odds were so tight. Aster manages to outduel him right off the box to reclaim his lead. He's putting together a really impressive day so far. Esther is really capitalizing on his 25-10 record from the last day. It's becoming a pattern where Zeth just can't find an answer for that kind of high-level consistency. He'll need to make a huge adjustment very soon. Another effortless round for Aster, who is now firmly in control of the pace. Unstoppable right now. He's just completely erasing anyone in his path. Zeth catches him out cleanly here as we head toward the break. Just a quick glimpse of hope for the underdog. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, he's essentially putting on a clinic that mirrors their entire head-to-head history. It's looking like a very steep climb for Zeth from here. Fresh starts for both players now. Zeth grabs another one, making it 9-4 now. He's certainly fighting back despite that massive deficit in their all-time head-to-head. Aster extends his grip to a commanding 10-4 lead. His recent form is just a different level compared to what Zeth has managed. Aster just picks him right off that box. He's putting a lot of pressure on Zeth now. His recent success against Omnic clearly has him feeling confident. That's a fast response, putting him on the verge of victory. The favorite is simply refusing to let this slip away. Absolute perfection to close it out. He secures the victory with a clean final shot. That was an incredibly quick finish. He's just far too fast for Zeth to keep up with today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Omnic are facing off on orange, with Aster entering as the strong favorite. Aster has an incredible edge in their history, winning over 70% of their previous meetings, so the fact that Omnic is holding the lead right now is quite surprising. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence to shake things up early like this. Omnic is just cruising right now, leading 2-1. The momentum is shifting back toward a more typical outcome here. We've officially got a dead heat. After an early surge by Omnic, we are looking at a completely clean slate here. His current form is starkly different compared to his opponents today. Absolute perfection from that side of the map. He's just completely taken over now. He's looking just as sharp as he did in their Italy clash. He's simply not missing right now, claiming a 4th straight round. A nightmare start for someone who struggled so much lately. Omnic puts an end to that run, clawing back to within 1. That's still a massive hill for the lower ranked player to climb. And just like that, Aster ties it up at 4-all. Really challenging the odds given the ladder difference. Aster edges ahead again, taking a slim 1-round lead. He's definitely looking to bounce back from that tough 11-13 loss earlier. The speed of these exchanges is just wild. They're basically playing a game of who can react first. Aster holds a narrow edge as we enter round 11. And he's certainly looking a lot sharper than his 10-22 run earlier today. We're all square at 6 apiece. You know, this basically aligns with what we expected to see. Both players are looking steady, but Aster's 75% map win rate suggests he'll likely close this out. Let's see who blinks first. What a scrap! He barely walked away from that one, surviving with a sliver of health. He is certainly riding a wave of momentum after those last 3 victories. Both players are locked in a dead stalemate. He's certainly pushing back against that lower rank 36 standing. Aster pulls out in front by a single round. His 25-10 run today shows exactly why he's in control. Aster has a massive historical advantage with over 300 head-to-head wins. It's becoming a real struggle for Omnic to find any answer to that level of consistency. The gap in their overall playstyles is really showing as this lead widens. He's just completely stripped all the fuel out of his opponent's engine, extending the run to 4. He is simply untouchable right now, extending the streak to 5 while sitting on match point. He's completely rewritten the script from how the first half started. Unbelievable, he closes out the server with a total shutdown of his opponent. He just cruised through that second half and you can tell he's really feeling it today. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for this match between Zeth and Omnic. Zeth looks like the favorite today. Zeth holds a slight edge in their long history together, winning over 215 of their encounters. It's interesting that he's starting things off on the back foot here. We'll see if that overall confidence helps him recover. Omnic has the upper hand, leading 2-1. He's trying to climb out of a rough patch today. Omnic is really putting the pressure on early, starting to build some serious momentum here. Zeth finds a great spot on the ramp to tighten this series up. It's a bit of a struggle for Omnic after those tough losses to Aster earlier today. Omnic secures that win from the ramp, putting him in a very comfortable position here. The lower ranked player is really holding his ground early. Omnic is making it look easy right now, just clearing Zeth out of the ramp to extend his lead. The lower rated player is really stepping up in this set. What a scramble! Zeth clings to life with a sliver of health to take that one. He definitely needed a clean look to shake off those last few losses. Omnic is just too sharp with the timing, catching Zeth right as he stepped off the ramp. The momentum has really shifted since their match on Fast Aim. Unreal tenacity, he nearly goes down but digs deep to pull the score to 4-6. He's really skating on thin ice with his health totals. He's digging in deep and securing another win to stay within reach as the first half winds down. He's really fighting his way back into this one. We're all square at 6 apiece going into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of dead heat we expected to see. Zeth managed to claw back with a strong late surge, so it's anyone's game now. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth secures the lead by raining fire from the ramp, completely taking over the series. He's really starting to play like the favorite in this series. And just like that, Omnic forces a tie at 7. He's fighting a tough slump after those 3 losses today. Omnic edges ahead, taking an 8-7 lead. Things are looking very different compared to that last Fast Aim clash. A completely clean exchange as he extends his current tier to 3 rounds. Zeth puts his opponent down from the ramp, refusing to let this lead slip away. The rating difference is evident when he finds his footing like that. Zeth really seems to be fighting a downhill battle today, and it's a strange shift in energy considering he's fought his way to a 16-19 record over the last day. I wonder if he can actually snap out of this before things get out of hand. He just out-reacted his opponent, keeping the dream alive by closing the gap further. A total shutout there, and now Omnic is just 1 step away from the finish line. The pressure really seems to be getting to him tonight. Zeth puts a stop to that push and stays alive in this fight. His higher skill ceiling is starting to show under this pressure. Zeth stays composed on the ramp to keep his hopes alive. It's a testament to his longevity in the league. Absolutely incredible. Omnic outlasts him in a fierce exchange to seal the victory. He's really shaken things up today, proving that the rankings don't mean a thing when you're in the zone. Zed fought so hard to stay in this, but the result just didn't go his way. A wild battle. Welcome everyone! Aster and Zeph are stepping into the arena for this match, with Aster entering as the strong favorite. Unbelievable! Aster barely survives that exchange, finally picking Zeth off the ramp. Aster currently holds a 79% win rate in their head-to-head history. He has an overwhelming psychological advantage based on how he's dominated Zeth in the past. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can finally break that pattern tonight. Zeth digs in and secures this round, showing he isn't going to fold easily. That was a clean response to get back in the game. Aster is putting on a clinic, leading 4-1. Zeth is already dealing with some tough results today. What a fight! Aster barely scraps through that one, eventually knocking Zeth off the box. The gap in the ratings is starting to show through. Absolutely effortless. He's fully in control now, putting up a commanding lead. His current form is looking scary tonight. He's simply too fast, taking full control of this set with another rapid victory. Another perfectly played round for him, securing a huge 8-1 lead. Zeth picks up a point from the ramp to hold that momentum. He's trying to shake off that recent disaster of a loss. Aster catches him right as he moves up the ramp. Zeth just can't find an answer today. Aster really has the upper hand in this matchup overall. Aster takes a comfortable 9-3 lead into the break. Well, everything here is playing out exactly as we anticipated. Zeth is just struggling to keep up with the pace of a player who holds a 70% map win rate. Aster is just too locked in from those heights, making quick work of that engagement. Zeth just can't find a way to stop his slide. Aster is putting on some serious pressure now, with these rounds ending almost instantly. Aster shuts down that mini rally with a sharp finish, putting him just 1 point from victory. Total shutdown of any hopes for a comeback. And there it is, he cleans up the final exchange to seal the victory. He's just on another level right now, comfortably adding another victory to his streak today. Welcome everyone, we've got Aster and Omnic facing off on Italy. Let's see if the favorite can keep the streak alive. What a fight! Omnic barely escapes that encounter with his life. A real test of nerves for the underdog to start things off. Aster holds a commanding 74% win rate in their head-to-head history. That long-term dominance usually translates into a mental edge, especially since they just finished another series against one another today. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to shake that trend. We're locked in a dead heat at 2 apiece. A quick response after the tougher series they just played. Aster is starting to build some serious momentum here, taking a slight lead in this set. He's coming into this set with a great 27-8 day. Aster is really pulling away with a 2-round lead. Looking at the ratings, it's clear why Aster feels so confident here. Aster is grinding this out with a slim 4-3 lead. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and Omnic just barely survives to even things up. A huge swing of momentum to bring us back to square one. That is a total takeover, and now he's claimed 3 straight. The underdog is really putting the pressure on now. Aster answers back immediately to square the series. The higher rated player is fighting to keep a grip on this match. Omnic clinches a narrow edge at 6-5. Omnic is fighting through a really rough day overall. We head into the break tied at 6 apiece, and honestly, this is exactly the kind of scrap we anticipated. Aster isn't running away with it, but he's doing enough to stay level with a tough opponent. Fresh start for both guys. Aster claws back into a 1-round advantage. He's been really sharp across his matches today. Aster has a total 66% win rate on this specific map. It's no surprise he's continuing to build a lead, given how comfortable he looks in this setup. We really need to see a major shift from Omnic if he wants any hope of a comeback. Another fast set of shots from Aster, extending that runaway lead to 4 straight wins. Omnic finally puts a stop to that run with a clean shot. He definitely needs these picks to keep things competitive. Aster is just too consistent. He's firmly in control of the pace here as he closes in on a victory. He's looked completely dominant throughout today's schedule. A tough duel that ended in his favor, putting him just a single round away from victory. And there it is! He closes out the series with an effortless shot to secure the victory. He's just on a completely different level today. Omnic fought hard, but he simply couldn't find a way through. Welcome to the league. Zef and Omnic are stepping onto Mappas to see who can claim the win today. Zef actually holds the historical lead with a 215 to 205 head-to-head advantage over his opponent. However, Omnic was the one who came out on top in their most recent clash. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological edge continues. Zef is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Looking to bounce back after a tough morning of games. We're back to a dead heat, and neither of these two is giving an inch today. Neither player has really hit their stride during this current session. Zef just reclaimed the lead with a 3-2 advantage. A lightning-fast encounter to put him back in the driver's seat. Zef is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. A huge turnaround from his early struggles in the last few games. He nearly let this one slip, but Zef manages to secure his third consecutive win. He's really capitalizing on that higher seed today. He's just completely untouchable right now, cruising to a 4-round streak. The rating difference between these two is almost non-existent. Omnic finally puts a stop to that run, bringing the score to 6-3. He's proving to be a real problem for the higher seed today. He's really digging in now, putting the pressure back on with another fast win. The underdog is starting to fight his way back into this. Zef finds a great spot on the ramp and shuts down that little comeback attempt. Zef takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's definitely making the most of his superior map win rate here. He's holding a strong grip on the series as we switch sides. Omnic needs a strong start here. Zef is putting on a real clinic here with a 15-20 record over the last day. It's a huge turnaround compared to his recent struggles, and he looks much more confident than he did in his other series. He is effectively dismantling Omnic right now. Omnic just puts an end to that run and clears Zef right off the boxes. He's still fighting an uphill battle despite the recent win. Zef is just one step away from ending this series right now. His all-time success in this pairing is starting to show. They're basically trading blows at this point. Neither one can keep a streak going. He's been struggling with his form lately, a result we've seen in several games. Omnic is making this a lot closer than it looked a few rounds ago. Omnic has been struggling with a tough run of results lately. He's on fire now, taking down another round to extend this hot streak. The lower ranked player is really starting to put up a fight. Unreal. He is just refusing to let Zef close this out, keeping the momentum swing alive. A complete shift in momentum as we enter the final stretch. He's simply refusing to back down, claiming yet another round for himself. Zef is really feeling the heat from the underdog right now. Absolutely incredible. He survives by a thread to bring the score level at 11-11. What a way to bring this back to a dead even split. Just an absolute powerhouse performance from the man who was trailing by 6, now sitting on match point. A huge response from Zef to force the deadlock, taking this battle into overtime. Absolute chaos as we head into a total reset. He refuses to falter, clawing his way back to a 13-12 lead. Pure adrenaline pumping through this game now. He's completely shifted the energy in this series. Neither side can hold the lead for more than one round lately. this is becoming a complete toss-up. Zeth has the wind in his sails right now, moving just a step closer to ending this grueling match. Omnic is showing incredible grit, dropping a perfect shot to clear Zeth off the ramp. A perfectly timed reaction to keep this fight alive. That was a tense standoff, but he manages to shut it down to reclaim the advantage. He has the mental edge in this nail-biter. What a finish! Zeth secures the victory with a clean shot from those boxes. He really had to dig deep for that one after that wild run in the second half. Omnic fought back so hard. What a match! Welcome to the Dunes! Aster and Zeth are ready to face off, though the favorite enters this one with a huge advantage. Aster dominates this rivalry with a massive win rate of 79% in their head-to-head history. It's definitely weird to see him starting on the back foot after he just beat Zeth in such a landslide in their previous game. Let's see if he can get it back on track. Zeth is really heating up, leading the series 2-1. Zeth is just playing out of his mind right now, using that height advantage to shut Aster down. It's a huge swing from that 13-3 blowout in their last series. He's simply untouchable right now, taking no damage as he extends his lead to 4. A rough start for our 17th ranked player. A strong response from Aster to cut the lead back down to 2. The skill gap is definitely starting to show through. He's putting up a real fight, securing another quick finish to close the gap. The momentum is shifting back to where everyone expected it to be. Zeth shuts that down quickly, holding his ground from the box to stay in control. It's a stark contrast to his recent struggles against the top tier. Both players traded shots here, but Aster managed to scramble for the victory. It's a fight for survival for Zeth after that slip. Aster has been incredibly consistent today with a 27-8 record. Well, the fact that he's trailing right now makes this a huge anomaly. He's clearly the stronger player on paper, so it'll be interesting to see if he can force this into overtime. Zef takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly we are seeing a total reversal of the script here. Zef is comfortably ahead despite his 33% win rate on this map. Time to see if this holds. He looks completely refreshed, securing a perfect round to keep this comeback alive. The pressure is really mounting on the underdog now. Zef is just edging ahead now with an 8-6 cushion. He's showing some real grit despite that massive head-to-head deficit. Aster is staying tough, pulling Zef right off that box to tighten the score. The momentum is swinging, just like we saw in their most recent 13-3 duel. What a display of tenacity! He's now tied the series up at 8-8. The odds were heavily slanted his way for a reason. He's just completely taken over the pace now, securing a huge lead in this comeback. Aster is simply too strong right now, extending that round to 4 straight. This is exactly why he's sitting so high on the ladder. He is completely in control now, cruising to an 11-8 lead with a 5th straight victory. Zef needs a huge stand to avoid a quick defeat here. Zef shuts down that momentum in style, taking a clean round to stay in the fight. A quick piece of play to secure that round. Zef just can't be shaken, securing another clean win from the box to keep his hopes alive. The pressure is on for the higher seed to find an answer. An incredibly fast reaction from Aster to put himself just one step away from victory. He refuses to go down easy, digging deep to keep his hopes alive in this series. Unbelievable! He closes out this series in style to complete the turnaround. He had to claw his way back,